All right, speaking of Iowa, chat, we got to find a combine here. We got to find a combine. Is there still water in here? There is. So we have, for the very first time, we've got some rye that's ready. Rye is a very common crop here in Canada. We use it to make our signature Canadian whiskey. And we've got a little crop of it right here. So we're going to have to get that done. Our big field of poppies is now blooming and absolutely gorgeous. It needs one more month for us to pull the seeds out of there. But that one is just about ready to go. And then we need to, and we might start with this. We need to spray the other poppy crop. Shmuel, thank you for the 10 bits, dude. In the hospital, I fell off my bike and got a fractured arm and skull. Jesus, dude. Well, I hope you're okay. Holy. At least you're in the hospital and in the right place to deal with that. But dang, dude. Keep us posted, Shmuel. I hope you're doing all right. Magic, thank you for the 150 stream streak as well. All right, where's our sprayer? I think I put it back in the barn. Let's go get this crop of poppies. That's fun to say. Sprayed, get rid of those weeds, and then we will buy our first harvester. I don't know if we gotta sell. Yeah, I mean, we might sell some product to do it, I guess. Hello, Sparx from Gothenburg this time, Dropner. I hope it's nice and sunny in Gothenburg. When Amy and I were there, it was absolutely gorgeous. That's a beautiful city, dude. Chat, there it is. The golden hype trade, level 6, 52%. Thank you guys so much. That's awesome. Thank you for supporting the stream. This is our first stream of the month. So if you sent bits or subs, you are at the top of the leaderboard for July already. This is our first stream in July.
To the Sparkies.
And Duco, thank you for the gifted sub over to Chaos Word, dude. I appreciate that. What the heck was that for? Okay, one more. One more from Duco. Duco, thank you so much. Do you have seasonal crops on? Yes, and you should play this game with seasonal growth on. The only time I would turn seasonal growth off is if you are making some sort of test save or something like that. One of the biggest elements of real life farming is timing your crops throughout the year, struggling to get it done in time, and I wouldn't rob yourself of that experience in Farm Sim. It is so much better to play with seasonal growth on. It may sound scary if you've never done it before, but I swear that's the best way to play. If it's a little confusing, all you do is you go to this page right here, and this tells you when to plant and when to harvest. That also might seem confusing. The green bars are the months where you can plant. The red bars or orange bars are the months where you can harvest. Absolutely play with seasonal growth on if you're playing Farming Simulator. Farming Simulator 25 or 22, or even the mobile game, if it has seasons, play with seasonal growth on. Absolutely worth it. Could you show the new quad track skin? New quad track skin? Is there a new quad track skin? Which one are you talking about? You're not talking about the Black Beauty, right? This one, oh, Black Beauty's fed, but Black Edition. Are you talking about this one, or is there another one? New quad track skin. New quad track skin. Whoa. Oh, cool. Okay, so the Steiger, I knew about the Steiger special because I don't think this one is particularly new. What is this, dude? That's awesome. That's awesome. It's got an American flag on it. So this must have just been added in as a free update because I didn't download anything like this. But it must be to celebrate America 250. So now in base game Farm Sim, we have an America 250 quad track. That's kind of sick. I wasn't aware of this. This is totally new for me. Where's my Canada one? They got to give us our Canada one. Get rid of this nonsense. It was just Canada Day. Put my Canada flag on there. God damn it. Guess who's back, Dove? Welcome. Oh, on your actual account too. That's awesome, dude. That's insane. I think I have to get this game now just for the quad track. The quad tracks are sick, dude. There's so many cool tractors in this game. But don't make the mistake of giving yourself a whole bunch of money and then getting all of those big tractors right from the start. It's way more rewarding to start with the junk and then work your way up to the big boys, and then, you know, earning it, I guess, is way more fun. Also, Rocky, how's it going? Welcome in. Firefighter, thank you for the follow on TikTok or on Twitch. Sorry, welcome in. And Brooks, thank you for the likes on TikTok. Are you from Canada? I'm from Canada. So the America 251 Doesn't really apply to me, but it's still pretty cool. I'll use it on July 4th, okay? Well, I might not, because I don't know if we'll have a quad track by the time we are, by the time we get to July 4th, but we'll maybe use it one of these days. Oh, shoot. I have to change a setting. I can't control my camera in the cab right now because I was playing with a head tracker yesterday. Hold on. I have to go back to the main menu, and I just have to change that setting real quick. How many days per month should I have on a hardcore playthrough? How many days per month? So, yeah, okay. So, Farming Sim lets you change the amount of days you have in each month. So, if you're playing with seasonal growth, probably your next question is how many days per month do you want to have? There's a few different ways to look at this. You can either do 1 day per month and then go for a slower time scale. That means it'll be lighter for longer, but you won't really have that day-night cycle. So if you only like playing during the day, I'd go 1 day per month and 0.5 time scale. But my favorite way to play is probably, it's probably 3 days per month and 5 or 6 time scale. The only thing about that is you may change that over the course of your playthrough. So you're probably not going to set a specific amount of days and a specific time frame at the start of your playthrough and keep it. What I would do is at the start of your playthrough, do 1 day per month, 5 or 6 time scale. And then as you start running out of time in the month, like if you're getting to nighttime and, you know, you still have stuff to do, then add another day per month and just keep doing that. Because like in your really long later playthroughs, it might take you 5 or 6 in-game days to finish everything you have to do. At the start of your game, I'd be surprised if you used up the entire first day, to be honest with you. So I would actually change it depending on, yeah, depending on how far into your playthrough you are. That's how I do it personally. But for hardcore, yeah, I don't think being in hardcore really changes that. I think it's more about just how much you have to do. And remember that you can change it at any time. It does take a month for the days to change. So, like, if you change how many days are in the month, it'll change it for the next month and then every month going after that. But other than that, you can change everything on the fly, honestly. You can change it depending on what crop you want to grow. You could. I don't really know why you would change it per crop that you want to go. Like, I don't know what the benefit of that would be personally. But like, yeah, I mean, potatoes might take you a really long time, for example. So like if you're growing wheat, chances are you could do 1 or 2 days per month. But if you're growing potatoes, it might take you a few days to harvest your potatoes. So yeah, you know what? Depending on the crop, that might change it as well. If you want to focus on one crop, I don't think I'm following what you mean. You could change it if you want to focus on one crop. What do you mean by that? I don't think I'm really following you on that one, but I think I'm just misunderstanding. Played Euro Truck and a water wheel, but I don't know if I should go for Hori or Moza. What's your opinion? Playing Euro Truck? What else do you play? Do you only play Euro Truck Firefighter? Or do you play other games as well? I'll be honest, if you're looking at that Hori truck control system, if you genuinely only play Euro Truck, that's probably the single best kit you can buy right now. But it's not very good for other games. And so if you're only doing Euro Truck, Hori truck control system, 9 out of 10 kit. If you want to play other stuff, a Moza will be more adaptable. So like if you want to do some farm sim, if you want to do some racing, stuff like that, that's probably the way to go. And that depends on what platform. I'm assuming, PC, because you're playing Euro Truck, so PC. Yeah, you're all good. Blaine, thank you for the follow on TikTok, dude. I appreciate that. Do you have force feedback on your wheel for farm sim? Mine doesn't work. Yes, it's me. I'm back again. No worries. No, I turned it off. I think the force feedback in this game is so horrendously bad that it's literally better to turn it off than to have it on. If you are on PC, or even if you're on console on the same wheel that I'm on, you can actually set an auto centering in the wheel outside of the game. And I think that's a better experience than the auto centering in Farm Sim, because Farm Sim doesn't have real force feedback. This is still one of my biggest complaints about Farm Sim 25, is it claims to have force feedback, but it doesn't. It uses the force feedback system in the wheel to recenter the wheel, but you don't feel anything that happens in game. You don't feel the bumps. You don't feel when the cab rocks. You don't feel when you run into anything. It uses the force feedback system to center your wheel, and then it claims to have force feedback. Honestly, I don't think that's right. I think if your game is going to claim to have force feedback, you better have feedback of forces, not just use the system to recenter the wheel. That's all Farm Sim does. And frankly, it doesn't do it well either. It uses 100% of the power at all times to recenter the wheel. And you need to be a bodybuilder to keep up with it for long sessions. I would turn it off. If anything, set a native recentering on your wheel, but I would turn the Farm Sim one off. You have to do it for the main menu. You can't do it in game. But yeah, that's how I would do it. It's been so long. Archie, how's it going, dude? Archie, I feel like you were just here the other day, but outside of that, yes, absolutely. How you been? I need help. I started from scratch on Riverbend. I have 2 hectares of land and 8,000 euros. Sounds like you're on a good path. What do you need? What do you need help with? I would just pick. Oh, I mean, 2 hectares of land. 2 hectares is a lot of land. And 8,000 euros. Okay, so you're gonna want to farm it, but you're gonna have to rent your equipment. It's gonna be, your first plant is gonna be pretty slow. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think it really matters what you plant. I think a lot of people's go-to in your case would be soybeans. Rent the smallest equipment that you can. 8,000 euros is not a lot of money. Rent the smallest equipment that you can to cultivate and plant your field. And then you might have to do some contracts to rent the smallest harvester as well. If you haven't modded in a smaller harvester, you might need to do some contracts to rent that too. But I think you're on a good path. Yeah, you should be good. What tractor is that? This is a very weird tractor that you might not have seen before. It's basically like a spraying tractor. So the engine is under the cab, and then it fits a tank onto the front and a proprietary sprayer on the back. It's technically a Fendt, I think, but it comes in a official Giants mod pack, basically, from FarmCon 24 or something like that. I can't remember what year. I like it. It's a nice cheap sprayer. This game kind of struggles for cheap spraying equipment, but this one is a nice cheap way to get your spraying done, because the equipment is pretty good. We got this one on discount, I think, so this one didn't cost us anything at all. I'm trying to get max money with no money cheats. Honestly, it's not going to be very fun, to be honest. Like, I genuinely just think it'll get boring after a while. But if you want to do it, solar panels and wind turbines are the way to go. And then just place them and then skip time and then place them and skip time. It is possible. It's just not terribly fun. If you wanted to do it realistically, man. Best way to do it realistically kind of depends on what you have fun doing. You're gonna end up buying the whole map and farming it, really, but there's no right way to do it. There's no wrong way to do it, to be honest. You can farm anything to the max amount of money. Just farm what you have fun with, because you're gonna be doing it for a long time. So, like, I wouldn't do carrots if you hate doing carrots, but you're gonna be, if you want to do it just farming. And if you wanted to do it no solar, no wind, you're going to be farming for a long, long time, honestly. Would you play a South American map? I would play a South American map. So I don't know much about South American farming. However, there are some theories out there right now that the map expansion coming at the end of the year in 2026 for this game will be either a South American map or potentially a Portuguese or Spanish map, which I haven't done either So we may actually end up doing a South American map when that expansion comes out. I don't want to play a South American map before then, just in case that is a South American map. I don't want to go South America back to back. So I'm kind of holding off until we know what that map is. But I'm really hoping it's an official South America map. If they did South America at the same quality level that they did Scotland with the last DLC, I would be very happy. I think a lot of people would be really, really happy with that. So we'll just have to see when it gets announced. There's an image out there that you can kind of look at and guess what it is, but your guess is as good as mine, to be honest with you, or better potentially. Do you play with vehicle malfunctions on? That's a separate mod. I was going to use that in my next playthrough, but I'm not doing it right now. No, I found out about that mod after I started this playthrough. And so the next one I do, I might do like as hardcore as possible and add all of that stuff to the game, but we'll see. Austin Farmer is not live. No, I know. Normally Thursday is the days where we play with Austin. He had a last minute show that he had to get to, and so we've rescheduled. Hold on, I've got 2 spammers in TikTok. I'm just gonna ban them. 1 second. Not that they're not good questions, but if you're spamming in chat, then that's how it goes. Okay. Yeah, usually we play with Austin on Thursdays. We're gonna have to reschedule because he had last minute thing to go to. I don't know if we'll just go next week or if we'll find another day, but just keep an ear out on the Discord and stuff like that, and we'll let you know. I think he also posts on his socials when he goes live with Fenceline Feud, so just keep an eye on that. I'll let you know as soon as I can. But in the meantime, we've got our own playthrough. This is our hardcore Canadian playthrough. So we are on a Manitoba, Canada map. We typically farm things that you would see in Manitoba as well, and we generally try and use Canadian and American equipment on this one. So a big one for us is the Plains and Prairies DLC, which was added to the game to add some more progression for North American players. And honestly, it's been a great pack so far. This tractor doesn't make a lot of sense. I doubt you'd see one of these anywhere in Canada, to be honest with you, but we'll just say it got imported and we picked it up for cheap. You can RP anything, honestly. I have a question. Do you have any fireworks going on? Did you set off for Canada Day? So we didn't set any off for Canada Day. But yes, there were some fireworks here in Calgary at the Stampede grounds. It was quite the show. It was like a 20-minute show. And it was pretty good. Yeah, Amy and I stayed up to catch the fireworks so that we came from a kind of a small town, and the fireworks, they did fireworks, but they were small shows, and we never really got the chance to go see them together. So it was kind of cool to see big city fireworks for the first time together, you know. Bray and Logan, thanks for the follows on TikTok. I appreciate that. You love South American maps. I still haven't played one. I don't know much about South American farming. I know they do a lot of like quinoa, and that's about all I know, to be honest with you. I don't know if those crops will be in the game. That would be kind of cool as the next DLC. Is like a Brazilian map with quinoa production. I think that'd be a really sick way to go. It doesn't really add a new industry. I mean, usually these big DLCs at the end of the year add a new industry, but I don't know what they would add. That being said, I didn't see fish farming coming like that. I wouldn't have guessed that we were getting fish farming with Scotland. So I kind of thought they were out of things that they could possibly add last time, but I guess we'll see what they do. I don't know if you guys know any new industries that they could add, but they're definitely out there. I doubt it'll be mining or anything like that. I still generally think it'll be farming or farming adjacent. But you know, we've had logging added to the game. We've had fish farming added. In Farms of 22, what was the other one? Root crops. Root crops were fine. Those were like farming. I think maybe a remake of row crops would be good, because the row crops in the game, you just kind of farm them like regular crops. They're not really row crops, other than the equipment. So that one would be kind of cool as a row crop rework, but it's not really a new industry. Or yeah, something like melons. See, I think a lot of melons and stuff are farmed by hand though. You could do pumpkin seeds with equipment, but I think even pumpkins are primarily done by hand. Watermelons, I would imagine, are more or less the same. They like to add stuff where you get a lot of machinery, right? So if the crop doesn't have a lot of machinery, I wouldn't anticipate it being added to the game. Peanuts would be one that I think everybody is waiting for. Everybody wants peanuts. Peanuts would be great. I've heard sod being added. That's like basically grass. People want sod, and I've seen some cool mods for it as well. What's another one people talk about? Potash would be interesting. That's more mining though, right? Could be cool. I would be very surprised to see anything mining or mining adjacent added to the base game, or DLC, I guess. I feel like that one's still going to be more or less left to modders, but that would be insane, dude. So that would mean console players get mining in this game, and that would be sweet. Because there's, like, we've got Out of Ore on PC, which is an incredible game, but console players do not have much for mining. They've got Gold Mining Sim. That's it. Yeah, Gold Mining Sim and Minecraft, dude. That's about all we've got on console for mining games, so that'd be good. Cranberries? You know, we did theorize that they could add cranberries to the game back when the game came out, and we saw that there was a flooding feature. We did theorize that cranberries could happen. Are cranberries farmed in South America though?
For 31 months.
That's more of a southern U.S. thing, right? Is cranberries? I don't know if they do cranberries that far south. But yeah, like cranberries would be so sick, dude. That'd be fantastic. Freya, thank you for the tier 2 sub for 31 months. Holy 31 months. Freya, I appreciate you. Thank you for subbing in here. Thank you for going above and beyond with a tier 2 sub. Thanks for being here for 31 months. How's your day going? Seaweed. That's a good point. Like, maybe they're gonna use the boat feature more, because the boats are kind of underutilized at the moment. The only thing about using the boats like that is it would require the Scotland DLC to play that DLC, so I don't think it'll happen as part of that one, but Seaweed would be cool. It would be cool. Or like people were talking about shellfish. Stuff like that would work as well. Thanks, River. I appreciate that. Dark, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Opinion on BeamNG coming to console. Yeah, so I'll get into this after Hen here. Hen.
Penny 2035 just subscribed with Prime.
Cranberries in Oregon. That's further north than I thought. Hen, thank you for the Prime sub for 14 months. Thanks for using your Prime in here. Seriously. Welcome in. How is your day going? Thoughts on BeamNG coming to console? Yeah, so BeamNG is coming to PlayStation and PlayStation Pro probably sometime this year. I was guessing that BeamNG wasn't able to run on the Series S, and that's why we didn't see it on console up until this point. And I think seeing it on PlayStation now kind of reinforces that idea. Not that it won't be on Xbox, but like this kind of tracks for what we thought about BeamNG. I think it's gonna be great, honestly, as long as it can run at a smooth frame rate. I think it'll be awesome. BeamNG is a great game. It's got a lot of cool stuff on the way. For me, BeamNG, I think it needs more gameplay features. Right now, it's still very sandboxy. Like, you don't really play anything, if that makes sense. You're not really working towards anything. There's custom scenarios and stuff like that, and there is a career mode on the way. But I think, if anything, if I have any comments about BeamNG coming to PlayStation, it's that I hope career mode happens before it launches to PlayStation. Because the sandbox is one thing, physics sandbox is cool, but I think if you're gonna put your game on console like that, you gotta give people something to play at the end of the day. And we had tested career mode. It was so good. This was a year and a half ago, and it was so good. So we'll have to see if they have made some progress on that. And yeah, I really do think they should put that on. They should make that happen before they put it on PlayStation, honestly. When do you reckon career mode will be done? It's been in progress for ages. Well, BeamNG doesn't move very fast. BeamNG, frankly, is one of the slowest developed games I have ever played in my entire life. I have been playing BeamNG since I was an actual child. And it's still, like, it's made a lot of progress, But for 15 years, it hasn't made that much progress. And I don't know what that means for career mode. Like, I don't know if that means it's just going to take them a long time to build it or what, but I would not anticipate anything happening fast for BeamNG personally. So I honestly couldn't tell you when I think it'll be done. I would have guessed that it would be done this year when they announced it 2 years ago. And I don't know how close it is to being done. 6 months since last update. Well, BeamNG does big updates rather than frequent updates. So like, I wouldn't judge most games for how often they're updated, just because I think it's more about how big the updates are. SnowRunner's kind of the same. SnowRunner does an update a few times a year, but they're big updates with new DLC and free content. So I would go more by how big the updates
just subscribed
Bumps.
at tier 3 for 25 months.
Hi Bumps, how's it going,
Holy
dude?
crap, it's been a long 25 months.
Has it? Bumps, thank you for the 2 years of tier 3, dude. Little over 2 years of tier 3. And welcome back. Welcome in. Thanks for supporting the stream with a tier 3 sub. It's been a long 25 months. I agree. I agree. It has been a long 25 months. I'll give it to you. Bumps, how's it going? Welcome back. Yeah, that one was unexpected too. So we're going to have to try this at some point. BeamNG just released an update that adds mining machinery. Well, okay, it's not like the machines aren't doing the mining, but they added a big rock truck and a wheel loader, and I think a scenario where you load the rock truck with rocks and then deliver them, right? Am I correct about that? We haven't played it yet, but that was very unsurprising. I don't know if that's something they're adding to career mode where you'll also be able to work in a quarry or something like that. But yeah, that was a really, really unexpected update, honestly. We have to give it a shot. I actually just re-downloaded an updated BeamNG so that we could do that sometime soon. I was very surprised at that as well. I didn't really think of BeamNG as a mining sim. But you know what? I didn't think of BeamNG as a trucking sim until they released their career mode, or the beta career mode. And then I tried playing as a trucker in the career mode, and it was amazing. It's a very, very good trucking sim. So you know what? I think they've got it in them to add some sort of quarry job in there as well. I think it'll be really cool. Have you ever worked on a real farm? Yes, I grew up on a real farm. Don't let like children on the internet tell you it's insanely difficult. You could work on a farm. You'd be fine on a farm. You get a lot of people in here being like, "Oh, you probably never worked on a real farm." Like kids are doing half the jobs on farms, dude. Yeah, it's fun. I don't think I'd like to be a professional farmer these days, but I sure learned some good skills growing up, at the very least. This is basically your job in real life. What, moving pallets or farming specifically? I don't know if they fixed it, but there was an issue where the rocks would clip into the bed of the tipper truck. So that's what stopped me from kind of doing those scenarios. I'm sure they were aware of it and working on it. I bet good money. Will it be updated and fixed in the next 6 months? Who knows? But I'm sure they're aware of it and are working on it. I don't understand how many people are working on BeamNG because it develops very, very slowly. So it makes me think that it's a smaller dev team, but I genuinely don't know who's developing BeamNG. Dad says you never did anything on the farm and Damon had to pull your weight. That's a straight up lie. No, we worked most of the summers, especially when we were a little bit older. We would just work through the summer, and then we would get paid at the end of the summer. There's a lot of money for a kid. That's for sure. 2 months of work for like $1,000 really wouldn't hold up these days, but it was great for us when we were 15 years old. That's for sure. Hasn't the clipping issue been a thing for a while though? I don't know. I don't play a lot of BeamNG. Like I said, it's just a physics engine. It's just a physics sandbox at this point. Oh, we gotta sell the mushrooms. It's just a physics sandbox at this point, and I need gameplay to really get into that game personally. There are 2 kids in Germany who are farmers. They already have like 25 years of time in the job. I'm sure there's plenty of people like that. When you grow up on the farm, you start as soon as you can do anything, to be honest with you. Like we had my sister driving the bale tractor at like 7. Just have to sit there and move the steering wheel while we threw bales into the trailer. Like literally as soon as you can start, you start. And even younger than that, they were feeding the sheep and stuff like that. Like that's just what it's like growing up on a farm. Okay, how many? Okay, no, this is all of them. Okay, great. I drove the tractor before I could reach the pedals. Yep. That is a very common farm kid experience. That's for sure. You're too busy shooting each other with airsoft guns. We were. As soon as we got into airsoft, dude, we would fight with those all the time. Same with paintball. We got into airsoft first, and then we got into paintball after that. Damon and I loved shooting at each other, apparently. We didn't do that with the pellet guns once we upgraded. We didn't shoot at each other with those, but yeah, we really enjoyed that. Name of the pallet lifter. This is the hand liftable tools pack. Let me get you the actual name for that. Hold on. Oh, that was the right screen. 1 second. I got my sheep feeding job. Took me after I turned 15 and started experimenting. What? You started experimenting with sheep feeding? I don't like where this is going. Bumps. What does this mean? It is called the hand pushable tool pack. Hand liftable consumables you should also get. Hand pushable tool pack is the one where you can do anything by hand. I really like this. This one is so fast. We pretty much have retired all of our hand tools at this point. But I've kept this one because honestly, it's as fast as doing it with a tractor. A forklift might be the faster way to do it, but only save like 10 seconds a year on ripping around on the forklift, you know? It is on console too. Newbie, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Meal Wheel the Beal, thank you for the follow on TikTok as well. I appreciate that. Do you play Farm Manager? I played a little bit of Farm Manager. It was pretty good. Not a very good stream game just because it's kind of menu simulator, but Farm Manager was a lot of fun. I like those really businessy games personally. They just don't always make good stream games. Because it's a lot of looking at menus and stuff like that, basically. They might add deer venison since they already have buffalo. See, buffalo is just reskinned cattle, though. They could add deer, but I think it'd be a boring mechanic because deer is more of like you kind of farm them wild, you know, like you're not farming them the same way you do the other animals in the game, which are a little more involved. For stuff like deer and elk and bison, they're a little more free roamy. I don't think they make a fun farm sim mechanic personally. So I doubt it. As cool as that would be, I doubt it. I hope it happens because we got a lot of that in Alberta. Like we've got elk farms out here. But I don't think it fits farm sim very well. I'd be very surprised if that actually happened personally. Sparx, were you able to test? I am not hoping to do it tonight. The farm stick for Roadcraft. No. Let me know how it goes if you test it, but I haven't had the chance. So I'm not sure. But if you test it, let me know. Okay, that stuff is all sold. Mushrooms are all sold. They've got water. Do we have anything in here that we could sell? I'm at 220,000, but I need a harvester. Oh, I got poppies in here. We may as well sell. Nah, I'll include it in the next batch. It's okay. Let's do. No discounts either. Oh man, we might just have to go buy a full price harvester. Okay, let's see what's on the market. I don't think we could do anything for 219,000 though. Well, check out this for 100K. Plus a header, so 100K, 30K, 135,000. I got a little more money than that. But then the next step up is 226,000. I can't take out a loan because I haven't paid back my last loan. So I can't quite do that yet. Yeah, so that'll be 226,000 plus a $52,000 header, 6.2 meter. And it's basically the same price as this, so I'm not even doing anything faster. So really, if I want to do this, 7.6 meter, I gotta go for at least this one, which has 7.6 meter header. How about the CH? Now we could go up to 8.5 meters. That would be kind of nice. Maybe we rent this year. How much is this to rent? 15,000 bucks. That's brutal. Chat, do you think if I take a little bit of a risk and I leave this barley in the ground, no, this rye, if I leave this rye in the ground for 1 more month and cut it next month, I might be able to buy a better harvester and actually buy it. I just don't know if this is going to rot in the ground. Just use government signs? Oh my god, you kids these days always taking the easy way out, Bumps. My generation worked for their wealth. That's crazy. Society's going downhill. This is only funny because Bumps is way older than me. Well, I don't know about way older than me. I shouldn't say that. That's kind of rude. Sorry, Bumps. I don't know about way older than me. But Bumps has said that to me too. I'm going to risk it, but I'm going to save it. I'm going to save scum it if I'm wrong. Government signs are noob. Just use easy dev tools. That's somehow worse. I think easy dev is worse than government signs, to be honest with you. Like 6 or 7 years. Oh my god, Bumps! No way. That's crazy, dude. Do you want some tiger ice cream? Yes. Always. Always. I'm new. When do you go live? I go live every day at about 12 o'clock. So whatever time it was for you, an hour and 42 minutes ago. I'm not terribly on time, so it's usually between then and 2 hours after that. But starting around noon. If you follow, you'll be good. Oh no, did it die? See, if this was real life, I could have Googled if that was okay. So I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this save scum, dude. Oh man, so I gotta cut it somehow. I gotta cut it. I can't give it another month because I need to know how much it'll make. That's fine. See, the thing is, I'm not gonna break even on it. I'm gonna rent one of those little tiny harvesters. Actually, is what I'm gonna do, and then we'll just see how much it makes us, because I don't care. I don't care if we really make money on this crop. It's not very big compared to everything else that we're farming, so that's no problem. Okay, we're discount. Yeah, we could check discount lot. That's true. I don't know if we've checked it today yet. Everything looks the same as last time we were here. No combine. Okay, that's fine. You know what though? That's okay, because I forgot that we've got some smaller things in this game. So we've got tiny harvester for a tiny person. That would make it a regular harvester. Check these out. Okay, we could do it by hand. So I've got this one. This absolute Dr. Seuss machine right here. This has a 3.2 meter header. Look at this cord header, dude. 2 rows at a time. That's insane. So that's 3.2 meter. I've got this one. 1.5 meter header? Wait, this was a 3.2? That's not 3.2. That one's 3.2. This is 1. No. Oh, this doesn't tell me. It's got 1.5 cubic meters of capacity. That header's probably also around 3 to 4 meters. So that one's not bad. We could do that one. Or there's this one. Isn't a bad little machine. Would only cost us 2K to rent. It's got a 5.8 meter header as well. Okay, I think that's the move here, is we're going to rent this one. I don't need the 4x4. I think we could literally go as cheap as possible. I'll put the triangle on there. We don't need a cab. We're just renting it for the day. Got so many cool options. Do we need beacons? No, takes up money. Look at that. There's so many things you could do on here. Okay, so we're going to rent that. And we're going to rent that one as well. And then we need a trailer for it too. So we'll rent the trailer, and we're just going to use this for our rye here. Farmer Miller, Austin, Pure Farming, Callum, Blank, Kobe, and Tiffany. Thank you for the follows on TikTok. I appreciate that. I have 100,000 rent, but when do I get it? What are you talking about? You have $100,000 rent. When do you get it? Like you're paying $100,000 in rent, or what are you talking about here? Use a scythe. I think there honestly is an actual scythe mod that you can use if if you're looking to go real small scale. And I saw a mod. I don't know if it's on the mod hub, but I do remember seeing a video about that at some point. You never see people do sunflowers. We actually did sunflowers in our last save and had a great time with it. They're pretty cool. There's not really much to comment about them, to be honest with you. They're pretty straightforward. We used them for oil, and then actually in one of our first saves on Farms of 25, we used them to make pig food as well. They were one of the components of pig food, and so we were using those for a little bit as well. There is a side mod on the mod hub. That's awesome, dude. Mr. Drabstorm, welcome in on TikTok. How's it going? How do I find your Kick? I'm not on Kick. I'm not a big fan of Kick, but if you want to watch on Twitch, I have that too. I just do Twitch and TikTok for streaming, and then I do YouTube and Instagram and TikTok for videos as well, and Facebook, but I'm guessing you don't want to be on there. Oh shoot, this one's like really... Oh, there it goes. I don't know what we did, but that works. Who uses Kick? People who get canceled and then banned on Twitch, typically. So whenever I get canceled, I'll go to Kick, okay? And then I'm gonna promote gambling and stuff like that too, because like at that point I may as well just grift, you know? Mike, thank you for the 380 stream streak. Appreciate that. I have a really important question. Project. Check out a Moza R3 or a Logitech G923. Those are both not good options. Do you have any other options other than that? I'm assuming you're on Xbox. I think you should get a T248 or a 598 if you really want direct drive. But like T248, G923, I hate that pedal set, and R3 is overhyped by bot accounts on the internet. I would never pay that much for a 3 Newton meter wheel, 3.9 Newton meter wheel, but it's not. The direct drive isn't worth it at that level of torque. I think Moza makes some great stuff, but the R3 is a miss in my opinion. You got T248 or a T248R? Just depends on your budget at that point. T248R has an upgraded screen, looks a little fancier, but it really just comes down to your budget at that point. I would go for the best one that you can get, but to be honest, I think you might be better off going a regular T248 and maybe a shifter, like a T8H, whatever the plastic shifter is. There we go. Oh, this is 3 levels of lift. That's why it does that. Get the Ferrari wheel bumps. I'm telling people to get the Ferrari wheel. That's no good. Sparx, you're too young for Facebook? I grew up on Facebook. What are you talking about? Facebook was the cool thing to have when I was a kid. I'm too young for MySpace, though. That one I never had. I never did MySpace, but Facebook was what we were using. We were using email and Facebook when I was a kid. I was past the MSN stage. I was past the MySpace stage. It was Facebook, and then it was Instagram. And then it was Snapchat, and then it was TikTok. Is basically me. Yeah, no AIM, no AOL. I was on LinkedIn. It doesn't really make sense for this career, no, but I definitely was on LinkedIn as a young management professional. What an insufferable platform, dude. Terrible. No, don't go on LinkedIn. Listen, there's nothing for you on LinkedIn. Do not waste your time. Did you have a Hotmail address? No. No, it was Hotmail and Yahoo when I was that age. Gmail wasn't really a thing yet. Hotmail and Yahoo were the two go-to, honestly. Steering assist. Okay, here we go. You can even stream there. You can stream where? Yeah, that's right. You can stream on LinkedIn. I've never done a LinkedIn stream, but you actually are correct. You can stream on LinkedIn, which I think is insane. Hollow and Dobbs, thank you for the follows on Twitch, guys. I appreciate that. Jason, Jake, Ryan Reed, thank you for the follows on TikTok as well. Appreciate you guys. What map is this? Nadenthal. It's on the mod hub. It's really good. Remember when we had dollop internet in pagers? I'm gonna be honest with you. I have never seen a pager with my own eyes. I've held a floppy disk before. I've never seen a pager with my own eyeballs. Not that I can remember, maybe as a kid, but like it was not a not something that people had. My grandpa might have had a pager. He was a surgeon, so he might have had a pager, but I don't know if I don't remember seeing it at any point. So I couldn't tell you. Who uses pagers now? Probably doctors, maybe firefighters. I don't know if EMTs are like on call or anything like that. That's probably the last people still on pages around here. Did anyone else use Juno Mail only connected to the internet to send and receive? Was this like a kid-friendly email platform? Seems kind of good. Probably had a 3.5 inch, not the 5.25 inch. Listen, XC, I've never had any complaints, okay? It shouldn't matter how big your floppy is. Pager salespeople. Oh, salespeople. Yeah, that one makes sense. That one makes sense as well. Dude, I didn't measure the floppy disk. I have no idea how big it was, but yeah, probably. I don't know which one came later. I would put money on whichever one was later, to be honest with you. That harvester doesn't have GPS? Oh, you're right. We shouldn't be using GPS on this. I'm so used to all of my tractors having GPS that we can't use it on this. Okay, I've turned it off. No, this was for the dial-up days when connecting was a long-distance call. Oh, I see. I guess that makes sense, too. Best map on console is Kinlug. Kinlug is still the best map in the game. It's the best made map in the game. It's a DLC, so you have to buy the DLC to get the map, but at least for a paid map, it does itself justice. I'm a very big fan of that one. My setup costs somewhere around $2,500 probably for the whole thing, but the only important part that you need is the wheel and the joysticks, and you're all good after that. What map is that again? The one that I just answered was Kinlaig, K-I-N-L-A-I-G. It's the Highlands fishing map. This map that we're playing on, however, is Nadenthal. It's Manitoba, Canada, and it's pretty good. It's a pretty plain map. Like, these North American maps tend to be pretty plain and nothing too exciting. But I'm having fun with it. I need to get back to my truck because I'm full. So I'm just going to cut this. And drive it back. I might fill up on the way there, but I've got the tram line I could take. If not, that's all good. Give us a path to the other side of the field. We're pulling a lot of stuff out of here. This is kind of surprising, actually. You seem like someone who would have used LimeWire. No, LimeWire was, well, LimeWire, it wasn't before my time, but it wasn't as common as it was for, like millennials. Millennials were probably the last ones to really use LimeWire. We had convenient ways to basically download and stream movies and music and stuff by the time that I was listening to music. It was still at that time where you had to buy it. And people did use LimeWire, but it was already kind of on the way out at that point. You gonna bail the straw or just leave it? I mean, we may as well bail it, right? Like, I need the money. So I'll probably rent a super cheap baler and just bail these real quick. Did you own a Walkman? No, that was another one by the iPod. The iPod Nano was out by the time, or the Nano Shuffle Nano. The iPod Nano was out. They had the fat iPods, but they were kind of rare because they were quite expensive. And then the Nano was out basically by the time, yeah, like I was listening to music. We had the iPods. I had a Shuffle, which was like this just tiny little baby iPod that you had to control entirely through the headphones. It didn't even have a screen. I had one of those. Kind of wish those still existed. Those are, maybe they do, but those are cool. Yeah, no discs. I had one album on a disc, and it was some no-name Christian band. I think my mom picked it up at a Walmart or something as a gift, and I don't even know if I had a way to play it. Like, yeah, I remember having it, but I don't know if I actually had anything to play it on, because at that point it was all, music was already digital. Oh, I'm using GPS again, you're right. Music was already digital for the most part. And so it was kind of like, I remember getting the disc and being like, I don't know what to do with this. I knew what to do with it. Like, I knew what it did. But it was already an inconvenient way to listen to music at that point. But I had a cassette player, then a Walkman, finally an iPod. Yeah, my first one was an iPod myself. Kind of skipped the discs and physical media. You ever use the Hori branded farm sim control panel wheel? Yes, it's okay. I generally don't recommend it to people. It's quite outdated. It's a little expensive for what you're getting, but it can be a cheap way to get a steering wheel and joystick. It's entry level though. So entry level, I don't typically even recommend it. But, you know, the people I know that have it like it. I think Austin has it. We rated to Refuse to Age the other day. He runs that one. He generally seems to like it. Elevation, I haven't seen Elevation stream in a while, but Elevation, he runs one as well. And he always seemed to like it too. But it's not generally one that I recommend. Who remembers when Walkman finally made an anti-skip version? Anti-skip version? I'm assuming if you walked around with a disc, the reader would skip every time it like bounced or something like that. Is that what that means? Do you remember the dinosaur phones? The first cell phone I ever remember interacting with was a flip phone. It was an LG flip phone. It was already at the point where you could put music and games on the phone, but it had like a T9. Like a T9 keypad. That's the earliest cell phone I ever remember seeing. I had it for a little bit, and then by the time I really had my own cell phone, we were on those QWERTY ones where they folded out sideways and you had the full-size keypad. That was my first cell phone, but it was kind of like people already had iPhones at that point. I think that was second or third gen iPhone was already out at that point. And like my friends, some of them had iPhones, some of them had the same kind of ones with the QWERTY keyboard, but we were already kind of in smartphone territory at that point. A few people have Blackberries though. Hi Aaron, how's it going? Welcome in. Jordan, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Are you using the biggest equipment yet? No. Although we're getting into that territory now. We're getting there now. So like when I have to do this poppy field to our right here, that's my field there. All that red, that'll have to be done. And then we're getting into pretty large equipment, honestly. It's poppies. The big stuff is poppies. And yeah, like this, I don't want to do that with this harvester, mostly just because the capacity is so small. I don't even think I could do one line without filling up. So we'll have to switch to the bigger stuff at that point. There's a man I work with on the farm, and he still has his first phone, which is an old flip phone. No way. I haven't seen a flip phone in a long time, except for those new ones, those Samsung ones that flip. Technically, my phone is a flip phone, but it flips the other way. So it's a regular bar phone, and then it flips outwards. I've shown you guys this before, but like this is my phone. It's a regular phone, and then it flips this way, and now it's like a tablet. I use this all the time. This is amazing. The only thing I want is I want a mount for my car where I can mount it like this on the dashboard so I can use the big screen for maps and stuff like that. My car has a screen, but it's old and the maps don't actually work. You have the fold. I have the fold, exactly. And then Amy has the flip, which is the one that folds the other way. She loves it. It's got a little... It's like this big when it's folded up. It's got a screen on the front where you can do most of your stuff. And then, yeah, you just unfold it when you want the bigger screen. She likes it. I used it for a little bit. I wasn't a big fan of that. I like the big screen space, but she really likes it because it fits in all of her pockets and it fits in her purse. She doesn't carry a very big purse, so it fits in her purse. So she's a big fan of that one. She's got the 7, the flip 7, I think. And yeah, she's a pretty big fan of that one. Southern, thank you for the follow on TikTok, by the way. Appreciate that. When you start a new save, do you choose farm manager or any of the others? Start from scratch. Start from scratch. No starting farm. No tutorial. That's the best way to do it. And you could, if you really want to go hardcore, if you want to start it how we started, you do start from scratch, and then you do $100,000 starting money and $100,000 loan, and you pay back the loan. That'll give you $0, 0 land, and no equipment when you load in. Absolute best way to do it. The new DLC, and stop spamming in my chat, Eddie. The new DLC is the Sky Pack, and there's also the Emergency Pack that just recently came out. So sometimes we'll get a call to go deal with a fire or something like that, which is fun. And then the Sky Pack is not very good. I wouldn't buy it, to be honest with you. My first cell was a Motorola Micto-Tac. It was something about the size of a small brick with a flip down front. That's awesome. Yeah, I never saw one of those in person either. Like I said, first ones I remember already were like T9 flip phones with a screen and stuff like that. What's the best challenge map on console? What do you mean challenge map? I have no idea. It depends on your definition of challenge map, I guess. Couldn't tell you, honestly. Have you seen the E-Link phone? No, those words mean nothing in that order to me. I genuinely do not know what that means, honestly. Mine was the phone from Saved by the Bell. It was a brick with an antenna on it. I know what you're talking about. I've never seen Saved by the Bell, but I know what you're talking about. Because I've seen them in like movies and TV shows too. And they were always kind of like a joke phone. Like the character had it, and it was already funny at that point, you know. Top 3 mod maps on console? I type that into YouTube and see what comes up. I don't know if I've played enough maps to give you top 3 mod maps, honestly. I don't go through my maps very fast. My playthroughs are very long. Like, hours last for 200 to 400 hours. I'm not exactly flying through maps in a way where I could give you the top 3 on console. But I bet if you ask DJ Goham that same question, he'll have a very good answer for you. I just don't have, one for you. Should I buy Farm Sim 25? I have 300 hours in Farm Sim 22. I don't know if Farm Sim 25 is worth it. If you liked Farm Sim enough to put 300 hours into Farm Sim 22, you will like Farm Sim 25. It's great. It's great. You a farmer? No, I grew up on a farm, but I never had any interest in I never had any interest in being like a professional farmer at that point. I didn't even really want to take over the farm when I was growing up, you know. Like we worked on it because we lived on it, but I wasn't really that into farming, I guess. I like it as a game, maybe one day as a hobby, maybe some homesteading or something like that. But to be a farmer, like a commercial farmer at scale, and rely on that to feed my family, I don't want to do that. That doesn't sound good to me. I really respect people who do, because it's such a hard industry to make a living in right now. But I don't want to live that life. You know, if farming changes one day, or I make $1 million and want to waste it all, maybe, but I don't think I want to live the life of a modern farmer, you know. Logan, thanks for the follow. Otto, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. I appreciate that. Looks like you drove through your field a few times. No, those are tram lines. I guess regular farm sim players wouldn't really interact with those. Those are intentionally, they're actually planted like that. We didn't drive through the field. They're planted like that. So we have a place to drive the sprayer, but we don't have to waste fertilizer and seeds on something that we're going to destroy with the sprayer. They're called tram lines. They basically just let you transit around the field without wrecking your crops, because you never planted crops there to begin with. It's a little buggy. Like sometimes it plants these big strips. Typically it's supposed to plant 2 tracks. Sometimes you end up with those long strips like that. But it's pretty cool. It's part of precision farming. Need to install a CarPlay screen in your Rust Bucket car. I keep seeing TikToks about this. What are these CarPlay screens that you can install? What does that mean? Sparx' farm really put a seed in my wife's head about starting a farm. Mine too, Shintai. Mine too. I genuinely, and I'm glad, because Amy doesn't have any background in farming, but she's got some interest in maybe farming one day. My dad has this dream that we'll all live on the same farm one day, and all farm together, which honestly sounds fantastic. Very expensive, but it does sound kind of cool. What car do you have? I got 2014 Dart. It's kind of a piece of junk. The transmission sucks. The electronics are classic Chrysler garbage. But for 160,000 kilometers, 170 now, I think, it's been a very cheap car to own, to be honest. Like, I don't pay anything to that car. I have replaced the brakes. And then it's had oil changes. That's all it's cost me to own in this amount of time. I think the transmission will go at some point, but it actually has a decent amount of like transmission based recalls. So I'm hoping if I can get it to survive long enough, it'll have an actual transmission recall and I'll get it replaced for free, which would be kind of nice. So I'm babying it right now. I drive it in manual a lot. It's an automatic, but I drive it in manual a lot because the automatic system's kind of hard on the transmission. So we'll see if I can baby it until they recall the gearbox and I can get a new one for free instead. Just like any other Dodge. Yeah, all the other Dodges I owned were like that. You know, they were cheap to maintain. They were relatively reliable, but they didn't do anything well. You know, like it was just an average car owning experience. Cheap, got you where you need to go. And that's about it. Would I buy another Dodge? I don't think there's any other Dodges that interest me at this point. Like the Dart never even interested me. I was just like, I needed a car. I went to a used car lot and they had that thing for cheap. They were trying to get rid of it. So I picked it up for like 15,000, I think. $42,000 car with the options that it has. And I picked it up for 15 with like, I think less than 50,000 kilometers on it. It was owned by some company, so it was really well maintained. The only problem is because it was a fleet car, it smelled like smoke. And Damon worked for Kia at the time. He brought home, basically it looked like a little smoke grenade. And we just set one of those bad boys off in the car, ran the AC, and it never smelled like smoke again. And that was the only thing that was wrong with it. And it was, yeah, it was great. I kind of lucked out with that one. And again, it's nothing special. I wouldn't recommend anybody buy a Dart. It was just one of those kind of like good used finds. You know, salesman trying to get rid of it. Decent condition. Nobody else wanted it because it's nothing special. You never hear about them. So we picked it up for pretty cheap. It was good. Should I buy this game? Yes. Yes, you should buy this game. This game rocks, dude. Well, watch it for a little bit. Like, see if you like how it looks. But if you like how it looks, you'll enjoy the game. I'm going to move that truck up here a little bit so I can unload without driving across my my entire field. We had to reschedule. Austin had a last minute like show to go to or something like that. I don't even know where he's going, but he had a last minute show, so we'll reschedule Fedside Feud for today. Sparx, I've only just started playing Farming 25. What's your good tips as a beginner? I have a bunch of videos on that. I could sit here for 30 minutes and give you as many tips as I could, but you know what? I have a bunch of videos on that. If you go to my farm sim videos, they should set you up pretty well. But if you have any questions after those, let me know. Is the game hard to learn and understand? It's not above your level of understanding, but yes, there is stuff you're going to have to actually learn. So it's not so hard that you're going to have to like read manuals and stuff like that. Like it's not DCS. But yeah, I mean, if you have no background in agriculture, you're going to have to learn what the basics are. But to be honest with you, it's one of those games where you can just kind of learn from watching people and asking questions and stuff like that. Like right now we're harvesting. This crop is ready to, it's all grown. It's ready to come off the ground. And so we use a combine. We pull the grain out with the combine, dump it into a truck like this. And then that stuff on the ground is the stalks, basically. It's called straw. And you can bale that and sell it or use it as animal bedding or stuff like that. But I mean, the basics is plant seeds in ground, wait for it to grow, and harvest it. That's like everything else after that just makes that process more efficient, or it increases your yield, or it makes you money, or it makes it cheaper to do. Realistically, if you can figure out how to put stuff in the ground and pull it back out of the ground, you're farming. You're farming. And then after that, it's just a matter of learning efficiency and yield, and that's about it. At what point in the save do you say to yourself that you finished the save? When I feel like I no longer need to care about how much money I have, typically. So this game gets to a point where you make so much money that buying stuff is no longer a challenge, and it loses a little bit of the fun at that point, because now you just buy whatever you want, use whatever equipment you want, and there's not really a challenge to it anymore. That's personally when I'm like, all right, I have basically infinite money. I'm pretty much done. Sometimes I'll have other goals as well. Like I'll say, oh, I want to build the castle on Kinlog, or I want to have 500 head of cattle, or I want to be farming at least 200 acres, or, you know, some arbitrary goal. Once I've hit that goal and I have enough money to do whatever I want, I'll start a new save. It usually takes about 200 to 400 hours, depending on economy difficulty. What economic difficulty do you put? For stream saves, I do easy because it's nice and fast, so we're not doing the same thing over and over and over again. We're always buying new equipment and doing something new. I would say start with easy as your first save, and then depending on what I'm farming, I may go harder. So on a personal save, I'll go normal. I actually like the repetition. I like how it takes a couple of years to afford new equipment on normal. Not very good for stream, but I personally like it. And then if I'm logging, I'll put it on hard, because logging, you make way too much money logging. So I'll put that one on hard. It's kind of like the normal farming experience, but translated to logging. And because logging is so overpowered, you need to turn it up a little bit, basically. Johnny, thank you for the 45 streak, dude. Appreciate that. Did you hear about DayZ 2? Is this an April Fool's thing? Is there really a DayZ 2? For real? Is there going to be DayZ 2? They're not even done making the first one. What do you mean DayZ 2, dude? We haven't even finished DayZ 1. We got DayZ 0.5 right now. DayZ 2. You better be messing with me. I haven't finished the game, dude. That's crazy. My Subaru's a CVT. I hate CVTs. Sell your Subaru. I know some people love CVTs, but if you don't like them, time to get rid of it, I guess. Johnny, thank you for the 45 streak, by the way. I appreciate that, Wookman. It took me a while to learn that you're supposed to fertilize fields. I feel like learning how to play it well is part of the fun. That's exactly correct. You have to be the kind of person that enjoys learning as part of the game. Like, that's a very big thing for me, and it's the reason I like simulators so much. I don't want a game where I just play it to play it. It's part of the reason I dislike story games, or tend to not play a lot of story games. As soon as I feel like I'm no longer learning new mechanics, or I'm no longer struggling to figure something out or optimize a build, or, you know, any of those things, I'm kind of done with the game. I have to feel like I'm constantly learning or optimizing, and I need a little bit of a challenge. Games like Elden Ring are good for that, like for a story game. I find a lot of games struggle to tell a good story while doing this, and so harder story games are kind of, you know, I like those in the grand scheme of story games. But there's a lot of games out there where if it just feels like I'm just playing it to play it, I'm railroaded onto a specific path, I'm meant to win every fight, I don't enjoy that. That's not fun for me. If I feel like the game is letting me win every fight, and I don't get to fail, I'm not having a good time with it. I need games that make me fail a few times, often, preferably. That's why I like roguelikes, because the idea behind roguelikes is you go as far as you can and you will inevitably fail, but every time you fail, you get a little bit better, you learn a little bit, maybe you get something that makes your next run even better. So I've really picked up on a lot of roguelikes like lately, like survivor game, not survival games, survivor games, like Vampire Survivor, Deep Rock Survivor, Brotato, stuff like that. And then roguelikes like Balatro or Insider Trading or Clover Pit, stuff like that. Megabonk is another good one. I don't know. Those are just, they're vibing with me right now. What field do you want? I've combined 3. I've combined 19, 20, and 21, and that's what we're farming right now. Is fertilizing contracts the best? They're the fastest, but they don't make a lot of money. The best contracts are wood transport. If you can operate a logging crane, the best contracts are wood transport. I know a lot of people hate those logging cranes. I've got a couple of joysticks. Those logging cranes are smooth as butter, dude. I can knock those out so fast. 5 grand in 10 minutes, no problem. If you don't like those, yeah, fertilizing contracts are really good. And try and group your contracts too. So like borrow the equipment for one contract and then use it for a bunch of contracts of the same type. That's probably the way to do it. Just remember, like, you have to buy fertilizer. So if you take a fertilizer contract, like, the money may look good, but you have to spend money on fertilizer. So they don't pay as much as they seem like they're paying. Depending on the equipment, though, you can really make that worth it. So, like, I've got a sprayer that can detect how much fertilizer it needs and only apply the exact right amount of fertilizer. If I use that for fertilizing contracts, I'll make a lot of money. Same with spraying weeds. I've got one that uses maybe 20, 30 liters of herbicide per field, just because it targets the weed specifically. I can make money on contracts with that equipment. I'm not allowed to do contracts on this save, but yeah, that's if you get clever with it, you can make some good money. Weeding and hoeing jobs are pretty good money too. Yes, the ones that people always inevitably take is the root crop ones. So carrots, potatoes, because they see that it's $40,000 for this contract. All I have to do is harvest a field of potatoes. It's going to take you actual real life hours to finish that contract. So if you just want to work on one contract and get it done, those do pay really well. Just don't think that they'll be fast. You know, you're gonna be doing it for a few hours. I don't even know if this map has contracts. Hold on, let me look. It does. So bale wrapping, you know, this bale wrapping one, 23,000, that was going to be nice and fast. Harvesting, this one would be good. 18,000 bucks to harvest some grain, buckwheat, no problem. Mowing, I don't like the mowing contracts. I don't find they are very lucrative. Plowing, same thing. Plowing takes a long time, but this spraying one right here, this is herbicide. I could go knock this out in 2 minutes, to be honest with you. Make an easy $5,000 with the equipment that I have. I wouldn't even have to buy herbicide for it. And then what you could do, there's kind of a neat little trick as well. If you've got animals, but you don't do any crops, you can use your slurry and your manure to fertilize AI fields in the contract. You don't have to use liquid fertilizer or solid fertilizer. If you've got a bunch of extra manure, just do the AI contracts and use it over there. You know, rent some cheap manure equipment or buy some if you do it often. And I think it could be better than selling it. I'd have to check the map on that, but I think if you know what you're doing, probably make more money giving it to other farmers and putting it on their fields than you could just selling it straight up. The biogas plant is still probably the best thing to do, but you know, who's got $1 million to spend on a biogas plant? Gaming, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Just start from scratch with $0 on Kinlog, dude. You're gonna have a great playthrough. The only thing is, do the fish farming. Kinlog is a great map, but do the stuff that the map is designed for and you'll have a great time. What I would recommend, the best playthrough that we've had in a long time, was we did Kinlog fish farming and we made all of our own fish food. It is objectively better to buy fish food. I'll just put that out there right now. It is better to buy fish food. It is faster. It is more lucrative. In fact, it would actually be better to farm all of the things you need to make fish food and then sell those things and buy fish food rather than turning them into fish food. I know that seems silly, but that's just how the math in the game is. But it's more fun to make your own fish food. It's way more rewarding. Do that playthrough. You farm soybeans, some sort of oil, and a flour grain. And you turn it into fish food, and it's a lovely playthrough. It's also a 2-year production chain, which is awesome. I don't know of any other 2-year production chains in the game, so it's definitely like the highest tier, basically. P12, thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. Welcome in. I'm enjoying the fish farming. Making the food can be tedious, as soybeans seem to take forever, but it's satisfying to make yourself. It really is. It really is. That was a very dynamic playthrough. Like, you didn't do the same thing over and over again. You'd be farming soybeans one day, and then you'd be boating out into the ocean to deliver food the next, and then the next day you'd be craning crates of fish back onto your boat and taking them back to sell. You really did a lot of tasks fish farming. I hope whatever we get in the next big DLC is like that. I hope it's as complex or even more complex, where we get these multi-year, multi-tier production chains, because I would love to do that again. That was an absolute blast. Have you ever made a housing estate or a village? Actually, yeah, in Farmstead 22 with my brother and my dad. We did that as a challenge on one of our saves. We had to build a village, and I think we got a bunch of money for it. We got a budget, and then we got to keep any of the extra budget money or something crazy like that. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I don't know if I'd do that again, but it's fun to do once, that's for sure. Okay. Now this is rye. We're not turning this into anything, are we? We don't really have the facilities. I kind of just want to sell it. I want to see prices for rye. Prices for rye. Best to sell in December. We get an extra 50% if we sell this in December. So we're gonna go put this in the silo for now, and then we'll put this. We'll just sell this in December instead. Kind of like the idea of just selling grain. I think it might be kind of fun to go for volume and just sell grain instead of doing productions. Won't make as much money per year, but we just buy, we just buy more land and that's it. Need a hunting DLC now? Yeah, it would be cool, but it's never going to happen. First of all, I think this engine would honestly suck for hunting. Like, it's not going to be... This engine doesn't have ballistics and all, all that fun stuff and detection and all the things that make a good hunting game. I think it would be boring. I know farming and hunting are very much hand in hand, but can't happen for age rating. But it also, I don't think this engine would feel good for hunting. It would just feel wedged in there. And you can get mods on PC where you can do hunting. Well, like, they're kind of a gimmick. They're fun for a little bit, and then you realize it's nothing special at the end of the day. I would, personally, I would just rather play Hunter Call of the Wild or something like that instead. Dahan and Thomas, thanks and follows on TikTok. Yeah, there's a mod. It's not on the mod hub though, so it's a PC only mod. I missed your Kidlog playthrough, dude. Me too. And we ran out of stuff to do on Kidlog. Like, that was the end of the playthrough. There was nothing left we could do. But I do miss maps when we have a really good time on them and then we're done with them. I do miss them personally. Be nice to shoot the boars? Well, that's true. It would be nice to shoot the hogs instead of feeding them, but I haven't had too many issues with hogs on this map. There's just not a lot of forested area, and the hogs come out of the forest, so they haven't been too bad. I had some damage on that field when I had the peas, but now it's poppies, so we'll see if it's a problem. What do you start with in your save game? Nothing. Absolutely zero in my saves. I don't like to start with anything. I'll start with contracts or I'll start with hand tools, but nothing. It's way more rewarding. I don't know if I'll start with hand tools for my next save. I think once you've done that once, you've done it, Hand tools were cool, but now that we've done hand tools in this save and we did it in Fence Line Feud, I don't think I'll start with hand tools again. Should absolutely do a playthrough, and you should have them in your save just to do a little bit of gardening and stuff like that. But once you've done it, you've done it. The gameplay loop on hand tools really doesn't change, honestly. I mean, maybe it depends on what you farm. But again, they're nice to have. Like, it's nice to be able to pick rocks by hand and stuff like that. Have AI pick rocks by hand. Sparx, I'm going to a car show today. Which car should I find and take a photo of? I'll send you the photo after it's edited. Ooh. What's something you're likely to see? I mean, my favorite is a GT3 RS, and you'll probably see lots of them. Which one? Like an older 911 or something like that. That would be cool. See what you can find. I'd love an expansion on contracts into something a bit more that just appears you can accept, like an order from a cafe, for example, for how much. Oh, like production contracts. I think that would be cool to, that's such a good idea. Yeah, okay. So like a and it would have to last for a while because you need a few months to do it. But yeah, if you could get big sales contracts to produce a certain amount of a product and sell it at a premium, that would be sick, dude. Yeah, they should absolutely add that. Huh. Kind of surprised it's not in the game yet, because yeah, we play other games where that's a mechanic. Dude, that's genius. Somebody needs to turn that into a mod or something. I tried Car Mechanic Sim 21. Dude, I do not get the hype of Car Mechanic Sim. That was such a mediocre game. And I know I'm annoying a lot of people with that take. Car Mechanic Sim was so underwhelming because people would hype it up in my chat for years. And then I played it and it was just a flash game. Like, I've played more interesting games on cool math games, dude. Like, I was just clicking parts that were highlighted. I wasn't even doing anything. There's so many better mechanic games out there. Like Car Service Together was infinitely better than Car Mechanic Sim. That used car dealer, that one way better. We've got one called Cheap Car Repair that we have yet to try, but honestly, it looks better than Car Mechanic Sim. That was a genuine disappointment for me. They've got another one coming up. We'll see if it's any better. But yeah, that one was so mid. My Winter Car, okay. A little bit of a different game, but yeah, I mean, if you just want to get into the mechanics of it, like My Winter Car. Hold on, let me ban this spammer real quick here. Yeah, My Winter Car, it's not really like a mechanic sim. Like, obviously the point of My Winter Car is the rest of the game. But even that got more, that was more entertaining for the mechanic side for sure. Yeah. Be brutally honest, what do you think about Kloss? I don't think about Kloss. If you want me to be brutally honest, I think people who spend that much time thinking about brands are poser farmers, to be honest. It, like, truly, brutally honest take, I think there's more kids on the internet talking about their favorite brands pretending to be a farmer than there are actual farmers talking about brands. Because every time I talk to a real farmer, their answer is, I bought this thing because it was on Facebook Marketplace by my house. Half of them don't even care about brand. They may have an opinion on brands, but half of them are like, I bought this thing because it was on Facebook Marketplace. Nah, I honestly, I don't get the hype around brands. Maybe I'm not a good enough consumer to feed into the system that hard, but listen, I buy whatever's the right price for what I'm trying to do. I don't really care who makes it. I don't really have any brands that I avoid. I don't have any brands that I'll specifically go to. It just truly doesn't matter to me. Jeremy Clarkson buys them for the brand, and yeah, and see how that works out for him. Like, he buys for the brand, and then he gets these junkers that are a nightmare to maintain and just causes him infinite frustration. Now, he's buying brands that, like, he should not be buying for where he lives too. But like, that's a really good example. Jeremy Clarkson buys specifically for the brand, and, you know, it comes with all the negatives that it comes with. John Deere's overrated. All the brands are overrated. That might be, honestly, my hottest farming take. All of the brands are overrated. You've got all of these 13-year-olds cheerleading for these brands. None of the brands deserve this much hype. They're brands, dude. They're companies. They're just trying to make as much money for the shareholders as they can. None of them deserve this kind of hype. It doesn't matter. Half of them are made out of the same parts to begin with. And again, it's just to make shareholders a bunch of money. You're not buying a family-owned and operated quality first thing. You're buying a product that a company is selling you. And you're mostly picking it for the color. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care about brands at all. Farmer requirements are cheap, reliable, and does exactly what they need. Right. So there's fake farmers on the internet that only care about brands based on who knows what. Then there's real average farmers who, exactly like you said, cheap, reliable, nearby is kind of their biggest thing. The only people that have a genuine luxury of sticking with one brand are massive scale commercial farmers, where those little differences in the brand just don't matter to them because those little amounts of money don't matter to them. A mom and pop farmer, the difference between $500 in maintenance a year matters. For the biggest farmers in the world, they can go with the brands that they like the look of. Maybe they have deals with these brands to build up their fleet. because at the end of the day, the differences between the brands don't matter. Some millionaire farmer with 5 9RXs can afford to send one of those off for maintenance for 6 months when it breaks down because John Deere doesn't let you work on them yourself. They can afford that. It doesn't matter to them. They got 5 more, or they can rent one, and it doesn't matter because they've got enough money to do it. I very rarely see household farmers cheerleading brands that hard. It's just mostly an internet thing, to be honest with you. Yeah, I agree with that. Lol and Joe, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. I appreciate that. When you have one brand, you don't have to go to different dealerships to get the part that you need. There's some benefits to going with one brand, but there's a difference between using one brand so that you only have to go to one dealership so that all of your parts are like shareable and stuff like that. Maybe you get a deal from the manufacturer when you've gone back for your 3rd or 4th machine. But people who do that recognize that that is the benefit. They're not only going with one brand because they're obsessed with posting TikToks about that brand. They're going with the one brand because they're like, oh, I got a dealership near the house. I'm friends with the guy. I could get some deals on maintenance. Maybe I could get some deals when I buy the machines. There's some benefits to that, certainly, but it's not the color of the machine. You know, that's not why they're doing it at the end of the day. The farmers who have 5 or 7 of the same tractors, usually one to test drive, one to drive, the rest are parts. You think so? Maybe like over the years, but like you got 5 of the same tractors operating regularly. I think you just buy the brand that you like the most at the end of the day. I have a Kubota guy because it was given to us when buying the farm. The Kubota dealership is about 10-minute drive down the road. I guess, but I don't think I'd ever identify as I'm a this guy. I'm a Kubota guy. I'm a Massey guy. I'm a John Deere guy. I don't care enough about these brands to make it part of my identity. At the very most, if I was a fan of a brand, the nicest thing I will say about the brand is, oh, I've got a couple of these because my experience has been fine. It's never going to be perfect. I've never had a perfect experience with a brand of anything. That's the nicest thing I will say about a brand at the end of the day. Do you farm IRL too? Not these days. I grew up on a farm. I have no interest in farming professionally, commercially, in this climate. Like, and there's parts of the world where I think it would still be fun and profitable, but here in Alberta, to be a household farm sucks. It sucks so bad right now, dude. Half of the farmers around here have other jobs as well. Like they'll go and they'll work as a mechanic for the winter time, or you know, they'll work at a grocery store. I bet guys in retail where they're like, oh, I'm mainly a farmer, but I work here on my downtime so that I can afford to be a farmer. Not a good spot right now, that's for sure. Okay, let's send this back. Sparx farm. I'm clip farming, exactly. I like that. I'm a clip farmer now. Okay, return and the header. Okay, those are all good. And we need something to do this. To do all this straw. So poppies don't have straw. What cornball nonsense is playing in my ears right now? We need something to pick up this rye straw. Am I going to keep farming rye? Should I buy something? Or should I just... Oh, I don't want to buy something. I got to keep this cheap. I got to keep this cheap because I need money for a combine. I was just renting that one, but it's not going to do for the poppy field. How much is it? 6 acres? What's the minimum amount I could tolerate 6 acres for? I could... You know what? The animal dealer is so close. Oh, God. Wagons are very expensive. 30,000 for a wagon, but I wouldn't have to handle any bales. I might just grab a wagon, to be honest with you. 60 horsepower. Shame this one's so expensive. They need cheaper forage wagons, dude. 4,000 bucks. I'm not even gonna break even on that. You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna do this. I don't need silage additive. We're just gonna go cheap. And 60 horsepower. I think our Ford can pull that, to be honest with you. I won't even put hours on the Fiat. I'm just gonna hook that up to the Ford and call it a day instead. How much money you got? 214,000. I need to keep as much as I can though, so that we can buy a combine here soon. How many gears do I have? Is the T128 a good beginner starting wheel for PC? It's arguably the best beginner starting wheel for PC. It's the best beginner wheel for everything right now, to be honest with you. I don't know of a better starting wheel on the market. Quick question, just download this game on PS5. Wondering when getting land ready to plant after harvesting a field, do I cultivate, then seed, fertilize, or what's the method? So generally what you do is you could cultivate whenever. It doesn't really matter. What you can do is you could cultivate right before you plant. That's probably one of the more realistic ways to do it, is so when you get to the month where you need to plant whatever you're farming, cultivate, fertilize, plant. Actually, I would do fertilize, cultivate, plant, fertilize, and then you're good. You're good for the year. If you need to get rid of weeds, there's a few ways to do that, but honestly, that'll be good. You'll get full yield based on that, at least in the regular game. I don't have a PTO. Oh, it's a top PTO. Will this still run? Okay, it's not gonna look like it's running, but it is actually gonna run, so we're gonna do it. It just doesn't look like it's attached, which is fine. You can cultivate whatever, just don't cultivate after planting. Yeah, don't cultivate after planting. But any time before that is totally fine. What order do you do? Well, I'm on precision farming, so my order changes a lot when we're running precision farming, which basically just makes the game harder. In regular farm sim, I'm gonna start with harvesting because it's just the easiest for me to think about. So let's assume you have just harvested. What I will do is mulch, fertilize, lime if I need to, cultivate, plant, nope, cultivate, fertilize, seed, roll, fertilize, and then if your cultivation wasn't full depth plowing, you need to get rid of the weeds, wait a month, weeder on small weeds. That's like my optimal maximum yields way to do it. Basically, the important parts there that most people miss is rolling the stubble, so that's rolling that stuff right there, and then mulching the stubble and then rolling the seeds right after you put them in. That'll get you 100% every year on lime years, at least on years where you lime. You don't need to lime every year, but that'll get you 100% on years where you lime. And then I'll just take the hit. So I'll lime every 3 years and just take the 5% hit on non-lime years. 5 and 10% hit. That's good enough for me. Yeah, this can actually hold a decent amount. Maybe this will not be as insufferable as I thought. Hi, Crash. How's it going, dude? Welcome in. Thanks. I upgraded my seeder to seed and fertilize at the same time. Anything else you recommend when starting? Just remember you need to change the crop status before you can use that seeder. So what I mean by that is fertilizer cannot go in twice on the same stage of the ground. So make sure you fertilize and then cultivate and then use that seeder, because if you cultivate and then fertilize and then use that seeder, it won't do anything. It won't actually use your fertilizer. So just make sure you've changed the crop state in between those two. You'll be good. It's wireless. Yeah, it's the new Bluetooth. It's the new Bluetooth PTO. I say on a 70-year-old tractor. Listen, they have Bluetooth in the 50s probably. How do I fix disk write error on Steam? That just means your thing is full, right? Like your hard drive is full. I think that's all that means. Try launching Steam in admin mode if your disk is not full, but that's pretty sure that's what's going on there. I see you won against Austin. I won against Austin in the first one, Ryder. You're right. In that video, I did beat Austin the first time. However, we actually have a second series going, and it is a very tight race so far. Like, we are neck and neck right now. We're actually supposed to stream that series today, but Austin had a last-minute show that he had to get to. So we rescheduled. But yeah, we're in the middle of another playthrough. Another competition playthrough like that right now, actually. It's not full. I have like 100 gigs of storage left. Try launching Steam as an admin. I think that's your next step. But honestly, I've never had that problem myself before. This might be a Google thing. You might have to Google this issue. Not sure about Bluetooth in the 50s, but guaranteed to have black teeth. Okay. Okay, it's Blacktooth. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Farming in the middle of nowhere, Manitoba. I know there's no dentist in this town. Actually, probably is not a dentist in this town, now that I think about it. I've looked at this town on the map before. There's genuinely nothing. I do not know where they go for all of their, even their groceries. I don't even know where they go for groceries, dude. This is a very small town. It's because he's scared of losing against you. You think that's what it is? He's scared of losing against me, so he rescheduled for today? I don't know. He seems pretty confident. He's making moves in that playthrough. We'll see. How lolly, how's it going? In vanilla, does the depth of cultivation change the weed state? Yep. Even in vanilla farm sim. So plowing gets you no weeds, no matter what. If you full depth plow, you don't get any weeds. That might apply to subsoiling as well, but I'm not 100% sure. And then you can do stuff like rototilling, I think also counts as a plow. It'll tell you if it counts as a plow as full depth. And then it goes regular cultivation, which is just your standard cultivator. Uh-oh, I hope this doesn't need to be baled. Just your standard cultivator. And then shallow cultivators and disking is at the very top. Oh, does this need to be a bale? Oh no, it can be straw. A little worried that I had to bale this and I just wasted a bunch of money on this, but that's okay. Why do you lose straw if you're not doing bales? Huh? Just to sell it. Oh, you're wondering why I'm picking up the straw if I'm not doing bales. You don't have to handle straw in bales. Once you get to a certain volume, it's actually a little better to handle it in bulk like this. Now, I'm doing it because I don't have animals. I want to sell this straw. And so I want to pick up this straw as cheaply as I possibly can. And a forage wagon is the cheapest way to do it. So I'm picking it up off the field, dumping it in the animal, or selling it to the animal dealer over there. She'll take it in bulk, no problem. And yeah, it's just the cheapest way to pick up and sell straw. What you can do is you can blow it all back onto the field if you want. But I figure we could sell the straw, if anything. I don't know if putting the straw back on the field actually gets you anything in precision farming. I think it counts as a mulch state if you do it in regular farm sim, but there's no mulch state for precision farming, so it doesn't matter. Pigeons are the Thrustmaster TLCM pedals. TLCM. Strokey, which ones are the TLCMs? The load cell ones? TLCM. Does it have another name? Load cell. I think I've got the I think I've got the ones you're talking about. So my pedals are load cell. My brake is load cell. I think it's got a different name. They're pretty good. I would put the hardest spring in there though. They're definitely like entry level load cells, so they're pretty cheap for load cells. They don't use a hydraulic tensioner on there. They're still spring. They're load cell, but they're spring. So they're quite affordable. I would put the toughest spring in there personally. But they've been good. In terms of getting into load cell for cheap, they've been solid. I think my favorite load cells that I've used, that I've owned, Camus has one that uses a hydraulic piston in it, and it's great. It's just a little on the tough side. I wish it could go a little lighter. But it's not compatible with anything. That's the problem. See, the Thrustmaster ones, you get the compatibility. So it's load cell that's compatible with all of these games that aren't usually compatible with load cell. And they're cheap. I'd say that's the biggest benefit. I've tried those active brake pedals, though. Those are sick, dude. Those are wicked. Magnetic spring and cells. What do you... Sorry. Yeah. It's got... Because I think the brake is load cell... The clutch is magnetic and the gas is magnetic, I think. Brake's all you really need. Again, if you're just going for performance, brake is all you need. Clutch doesn't matter. Gas doesn't matter. Those things have enough visual and performance feedback that I don't think you really need it for that muscle memory. For the brake, you absolutely want it, though. What do you think of the best low budget wheels with pedals? I still think the T128 is the way to go. I'm always looking for better recommendations. But out of all of the wheels that I have tried and all of the wheels that I have owned, T128 currently balances cheap with performance the best right now. The only thing about that set is you'll want to upgrade the pedals at some point. If you've got the budget, I go with a T248 for your first wheel. But if you need to knock down that budget more, T128, upgrade the pedals in the future. It's got a good ecosystem, comes in at a good price, and it's a nice way to not commit too hard to simulators before you know if you even enjoy them, which I think a lot of people do. That's why you see so many wheels on the secondhand market, right? Is people buy these really expensive sets, they use them once, realize they don't actually like doing it, and then they sell them secondhand, basically not used. Which is good for the rest of us, obviously, but to avoid that for yourself, start cheap. You can always sell them, and that's the thing. They hold up so well. As long as you have something decent, like I wouldn't do this with a PXN, but as long as you have something decent, you can start cheap, spend 6 months with it, and then sell it for like 70% of what you bought it for secondhand. Just take good care of it, and you can sell it and upgrade a month later if you really wanted to be honest. What's a load cell? It's a more precise way of building a simulator pedal, basically. It goes by pressure instead of movement distance. So like when you press a pedal, a lot of wheels, especially the cheap ones, they'll base how much braking you do in game based on how far the pedal moves. But that changes over time because the spring changes as it degrades and the magnetism in the sensors actually degrades as well. And so you have to push more and more to get the same amount of brake, or if the spring is degrading really fast, less to get the same amount of brake. So it's really tough for muscle memory. That doesn't matter for farming and trucking at all. That is for racing. So load cell, like if you're farming, don't get a load cell pedal. If you're just farming, if you're just trucking, there's no reason for you to have a load cell pedal. You will not get the benefit of it. If you like racing, if you're trying to rank up in iRacing or you're just trying to practice for real life in some other sim, then get a load cell pedal. But not for farming. It'll be a waste of money for farming. Take a drink every time Sparx says load cell, for real, dude. The thing I love seeing is the T80 or T98 on Marketplace for $100 plus. New they're $140. Yeah, that's like... And they're selling it because they're ready to upgrade immediately after buying it. Honestly, you can skip the T80, the T98, the TMX, T150. You can skip all that. I would recommend that if you're a parent and you want to get your kids are interested in it. You got a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old that's interested in simulators, get them a T98. Because it can't hurt them. It's not going to swing around and break your thumb like some of the higher level wheels are going to. It's a really safe way for them to get into simulators. As an adult, I'd skip it. It's kind of nice that they're so cheap, but I think you'd be better off getting a better wheel secondhand than getting the T98 as, somebody who is older at the end of the day. What about drifting? Yeah, you could go load cell for drifting. I mean, it depends on how seriously you want to take it. If you're playing Forza and you're drifting in Forza, or you're drifting in CarX Street or CarX Drift or something like that, no. If you're drifting in the Crew, no, you're not going to get a load cell. But if you're getting into the real stuff, like if you're drifting in Assetto Corsa, and especially if your goal is to one day buy a drift car, maybe get a load cell. If you're drifting in BeamNG, maybe get a load cell. Like that's where it starts to carry over into real life skills, and that muscle memory that you're building may actually come in handy one day. The wheel is more important for drifting though than the pedals. Obviously pedals are important for drifting, but your wheel is going to be a lot more important. In that case, a direct drive upgrade is going to be more impactful than a load cell upgrade if you're drifting. Because you usually get to swap out the wheel, and a lot of these come with not perfectly round wheels. This one actually does come with a round wheel, but a lot of drifters want to swap out their D-shaped wheel and put a circle on there, which typically you need a direct drive to do. So ready to fix the really stiff brake on the G920. What are you using it for? What are you playing on your G920 right now? Because my answer, it will genuinely change depending on depending on what you're changing. There's a post in one of the SnowRunner chats where his daughter bought him a T98. Depending on how old she is, I could see as it would nearly cost her the full month allowance. Dude, if it's in your budget, like if you know you're not going to have a budget anytime soon for anything higher than a T98, do it. My advice is to save for it and get something better. But if a T98 is the top of your budget, go for it. It's still going to be a decent enough experience. Now, I would not apply that same logic to some of the stuff you find on Amazon. Like, there's some really cheap wheels on Amazon, some no-name brands. I would avoid those personally. I think the experience is genuinely not going to be good enough to be worth what they charge. And even though it's not a lot of money, it's still not worth that amount of money. So for those, I would skip those ones personally. Is that a Ford? Yes, this is a Ford 6600. It's on the Mod Hub on PC and console, and it's good. Homie, thank you for the follow on TikTok. I appreciate that. Welcome in. How long have you been streaming? Today or ever? Ever? A couple of years? Today? 1 hour and 57 minutes so far. Have you counted how many rows you get per full load? No, I haven't even looked. I'm just gonna do it. I'll get about probably 10, 15 grand out of the straw. And currently we need to buy a what do you call it? We need to buy a combine. So I'm really just trying to get every possible dime out of this field today. I'm gonna hold off on selling that on selling the rye, but honestly, if I need to sell the rye to buy a combine, then I will. I think we'll be okay though, because we've got more canned peas coming out of production here. So we have 1 more month until we harvest those poppies, and that's what I need a big combine for. In that time, I think we'll produce a lot of canned peas, and so I think we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Should put us around 350,000 by the end of that. I drift IRL. I use a D-shaped wheel. It's possible. I find people who drift prefer a circular wheel, but like you could drift on a GT wheel or an F1 wheel. It risks smacking your hands real good, but it's doable. Just use what you got at the end of the day, you know. May as well. What's the new DLC? The Sky Pack. The Sky Pack is not good. It's not good. I wouldn't buy it. If you got the year pass, check it out. I would not spend my hard-earned money on the Sky Pack personally. I'll do a video like soon. It's in the pipe right now. The editors have it at the moment, so you'll see it this week. I would not spend your money on the Sky Pack, honestly. Yeah, it's not worth it. Did you see that the video I sent you on the IRL Linder Unitrack? I did not. I did not see that. The Linder Unitrack. Linder Unitrack. What is that? I'm blanking on what that is. I only know Linder as do some vineyard equipment, don't they? I'm totally blanking on what that is. Linder Unitrack. What does it do? Why am I blanking so hard on what that brand makes? Hi, Handbrake. How's it going? Forza Horizon 6 and Farm Sim mainly for your G923 break. If you play a lot of Forza, it will soften up over time, to be honest with you, Motorhead. Like, I was playing 8 hours of Rally a day, and my G920 break was in a really good spot. I actually liked how stiff it was. It softened up quite a bit with daily use. How are you playing Forza? Are you playing like no assist Forza? Or are you playing like regular Forza where you very rarely have to touch the brake? You can take the rubber block out. Just be careful. Don't get any dust in there. But you can open it up. Take the rubber block out. It's just going to feel exactly like the gas pedal at that point. So I don't know if there's any way to like split the difference, because the gas pedal is too soft, I think, to be a brake. But check the gas pedal. If you're okay with the brake being like that, open it up, take the metal or take the rubber block out. Otherwise, go play some rally. Go play some dirt rally for a little bit and soften that bad boy up, because the amount that you have to use your brake in rally games, That'll soften those breaks up real quick, that's for sure. Rogue, thank you for the 10 stream streak on Twitch. Rhett, Kale, and Ladder, thanks for the follows and the shares on TikTok. Appreciate that. That tractor looks smooth. This tractor is awesome, dude. I really like this one. Well, we were gonna play with Austin today, but he had to go to a last-minute function, so we will have to reschedule. Not sure when the next one happens. You can get caught up on the YouTube if you're not caught up yet. We just posted episode 7, I think, 6, 7, 8, maybe. So you can get caught up on that, but that's all I got for you today, unfortunately. No, this isn't the Ford DLC. The Fords in the DLC are the big ones. I can show you while that sells. And we do use that one as well. It's this one, the 1156. We've got one of these on our farm, and it's this one as well, the 976. We had one of these before, but these are the only official Ford content. It's a Ford 6600, but it's a mod. And on console, it's not a Ford, it's Lizard. It is the same tractor. They just took the Ford branding off because they had to, honestly. Dan, thank you for the 150 stream streak. Rogue, I think I got your 10 stream streak, but I appreciate that. I have the T128 for PlayStation, but the pedals are plastic. Yep, that's always my thing about the T128 when I recommend it to people is the pedals are the reason that kit is so cheap. It's great to get as your first wheel, but you may want to upgrade the pedals. But the reason I upgrade that one is you don't have to buy a whole new kit. You can just buy the pedals for the T248 and you can hook it up to that kit and it does work. It does work with the T128, which is why I recommend it as a starting wheel. If you have it in your budget and you're ready to upgrade, go buy those pedals. If not, T128 ones are good enough to play stuff like Farm Sim, and that's it. They still have a clutch, right? They're plastic and they don't have a clutch. Do you keep the money when you demo a house in this playthrough? Yeah, I think we do, actually. I've been keeping it relatively realistic, but I haven't been giving back the money when we demo a house. I personally think you should have to pay to demo a building in this game. But whatever. I mean, you could argue that you sell some stuff from the building. Like if you dismantle the factory building in this game, you would sell the equipment and maybe make some money on it. A house, I don't know, probably costs you more than it would be worth. We played a game where you demolish houses and sell everything on the inside though, and honestly, it was a lot of fun. Sparx, is your first feedback working at Farm Sim? Yes, but I turn it off because it sucks. I hate it. Don't turn it on. It's not even really force feedback. It's just recentering, honestly. How do I enjoy Farm Sim? I mean, are you the kind of person that can enjoy Farm Sim? I'll be honest with you. This game isn't really for everybody at the end of the day. Like, you just might not like Farm Sim. Do you enjoy any part of Farm Sim, or is there something that you don't like about it? Like how much are you able to read into your enjoyment of Farm Sim? Because it's just not for everybody at the end of the day. I'm probably not the answer that you're looking for, but there's a lot of people that I just think will never like this game. I find it gets boring after 2 hours. You just might not be the kind of person that likes Farm Sim. If it's like that. Now, that being said, I would implore you to do a start from scratch save. If you're saying it gets boring after 2 hours, my bet is that you've never done a start from scratch save. That being said, if you've done a start from scratch save and you're bored of it after 2 hours, now getting bored after any game of any game after 2 hours is fine. If you play a start from scratch save, you play for 2 hours and you're like, I'm bored, I'm going to do something else, that's normal. Assuming that at some point you're like, I want to go back and play some Farm Sim and play the same save and keep playing, that's totally fine. Like for Arma, I've been doing air control in Arma. I get bored of it after 2 hours. I've moved enough cargo to want to do something else, but I want to go back every single day and play a little bit more. That's totally fine. That's normal. If you were getting bored after 2 hours and you don't even want to go back to that save, either Farm Sim is not for you, or you haven't done a start from scratch save. And that's probably what it is. This has been the biggest one for a lot of people lately. I was very surprised when I started playing Farm Sim that this wasn't the standard advice for people in playing Farm Sim. Nobody ever told me this, but starting from scratch is by far the easiest way to enjoy this game for long hours. And I was never given that advice when I started playing. That was something that I had to kind of discover over time. And now we're telling a bunch of people that if you play the game like this, there's a good chance you're going to like it. And we've had people coming in here every day being like, hey, I took your advice. I started from scratch. I'm obsessed with this game right now. It just, I guess it's not the standard way of playing the game, which is surprising. Can you buy land and shop on Farming Simulator? Shop. You can buy land, yes. What do you mean by shop? And Gamer, thank you for the follow on Twitch. What do you mean by shop? Or get dev controls and edit down to 0. I'm going to be honest. I like to give advice that applies to everybody. I am always going to give you advice that works with no mods on console and PC. And I think maybe that's part of the problem is the bulk of the farm sim players are probably, actually that's not true. The bulk are playing on console, but I think the most dedicated farm sim players, the ones that play it the longest and the most, and for, you know, the most amount of years have been playing on PC. But I think PC players have gotten so in their own world that they're no longer capable of giving advice to console players. And so you've got the bulk of the farm sim community, which is on console. As much as you hate that, if you're a PC supremacist, I guess, which PC is the best, but not everybody has a PC. Bro, you maybe hate the fact that most of the community is on console. That's 70% of the community that you're not even giving advice to on how to enjoy the game. And I mean, the more people we could get to enjoy this game and play it on a regular basis, the better the game's going to get. The more money the devs are going to have to make better games, although they better lock in on the next DLC, I'm not going to lie. The bigger the community is, like the more mods we get, it's just generally better for the community as a whole to get more people enjoying the game. But you got to remember, you got to give advice to console players as well. Like a shop, like a car dealer. Yeah, you don't go to it like it's a menu, but yeah, there is a vehicle dealer, 100%. How do you make hay for cow feed? You take grass, you cut grass, and then you use something called a tedder on that grass, and it will dry it out, and that's hay. Then it's hay. I've seen Farm Sim Esports. It's hilarious. That's correct. The fact that that exists is nuts. Yeah, I have seen Farm Sim Esports. We've actually tried it, and I hate to say it, it's fun, dude. It's so silly to see people taking farming sims so seriously, but after trying it, dude, I get it. It's hype. It's hype. I come from esports though. Like maybe I've got a little bit of a different take, but like I come from esports from the production side. Actually, originally from the player side, then the organization side and the production side. I've been around with esports, and so like Farm Sim Esports was a little more natural for me to get into, I think, compared to maybe the average Farm Sim player. But it's hype, dude. It's so good. Do you not like the emergency DLC? What are you talking about? It's good. It's running right now. I don't want it to happen super often though. Like I don't want to go every 5 minutes to go do something in the emergency pack. I have it set to every 2 hours it goes off right now. And that being said, we're coming up on that. You should see it soon because we're coming up on 2 hours here. So you see it about 2-3 times a stream. We have to go and deal with an emergency, but I don't want to do it more than that. At the end of the day, I do still want to farm. A tree for Petunia from Mr. Drabstorm. I got you. And a hydrate from Kara. I got you as well. But she is here with me. There's 2 things I miss in Farm Sim. Number 1 is a mode that they are making in the new construction sim where you can say that you only want to harvest. Oh, like a quick play mode. That'd be cool. Number 2 is something I remember they had in Farm Sim 19. Transport contract. Yes. Transport contracts
with Prime. Hi Sparx, how are you?
Obviously a fan favorite.
Did you enjoy SnowRunner Season 18?
I did
loving
so.
it.
Tasso, thank you for the Prime sub for 13 months. I appreciate you. Yes, I really did like Season 18. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I gotta get the new trucks though, see if they're any good. Yeah, transport contracts were a little bit of a miss. I wish they would add those back. I don't know if they'll come back with a DLC or a mod. I think they are in a mod. They're in some maps actually, natively in some maps. But I wish those were on all maps. We got the wood transport, but that's it. I think some trucking ones would have been fun. I agree with that. So I have the liftable consumables mod on PS5, and for some reason I can't lift the 5-bag version of fertilizer. Are you using super strength, or is my game bugged? Your game is bugged. Something's wrong. Because yes, I'm not using super strength. That is, I think it's exactly 200 kilograms. So you should be able to lift it. That mod sometimes bugs out, and it thinks you're holding something when you're not. You may just have to log back out and back in, like go back to the main menu and back in. That mod does have a bug where it stops you from holding stuff, which is kind of annoying. I have a G29 steering wheel. Should I upgrade? Or if I do upgrade, which wheel should I get? What do you play? I'm not going to say you have to upgrade if you're on a G29. Like, G29 is an old wheel at this point, but generally my advice is run it until it dies. Get every last second of use out of it if you can. Your other option is you could actually just sell it on Marketplace and upgrade too, which lets you get a little more money to upgrade. But what are you playing? Because not all games require an upgrade. You just play Farm Sim 25? Don't bother. Run it till it breaks. I got wheel recommendations for you once it breaks. Don't buy another G29. But if you're just playing Farm Sim, just run it till it falls apart. Honestly, it's all good. It's a decent enough wheel. It'll last you a long time. All the people telling you that you have to go direct drive or that you have to go load cell. Honestly, it's kind of a privileged take to be like, yeah, you have to spend 800 bucks on a wheel. No, you don't. You don't. Use it till it breaks. Save your money. Spend your money on games and DLC and other cool stuff. Pizza, I don't know. And upgrade that wheel when it finally kicks the bucket, honestly. Finally played up on the hardcore playthrough so I can finally watch the live. You're caught up. Ah, there you go. Welcome back, Ty. That's true. We haven't been playing a lot of this save lately and posting it. So you're fully caught up now. Actually, I think you might be one episode behind, but I don't know if it's posted yet. But you're pretty close now. John, thanks for the follow. Have I played Lady Hill? I haven't played Lady Hill. I've heard it's good. That's another common map recommendation that I hear, but I don't go through maps very quick. Does PC have better mods than PS5? Yes. Objectively, yes. The game is still great on console, but yeah, PlayStation has, or PC has better mods. One example, and I'm not actually using a lot of PC mods, but there's a cool one that I'm using right now. I'll show you. It is the used vehicle yard. And so rather, like normally you go to this menu right here, and these are your used vehicles. You get 4 of them. But on PC, we've got this mod called the used vehicle yard. And it's basically the same idea, but it's a physical yard. So you can check out the equipment. It's on discount. So this is a Speedmax 560. It's for sale for $13,000. And it's got some damage, got some wear, 22 hours of work on it. And I can decide if I want to buy it. There's tractors, all sorts of implements, basically anything can spawn here. And it's kind of the same idea. And then when you buy it, so I can't move it because I haven't bought it. But when you buy it, you can actually haggle on the offer you want to make and try and talk them down a little bit more. Really cool mechanic, to be honest with you. Big fan of that one. And we've got a lot of mods like that are just a little cooler. The other thing we can have that console can't really have is we can have branded mods. So this tractor is on console, but it's not Ford branded like it is on PC. We're allowed to have branded stuff, which is not a big deal, but it's not a big deal for me, but it is a big deal for some people. This is what the game is missing. What? That used vehicle yard? I agree. They should honestly put that in the base game. And put it on all the maps. I think that would be really sick. That should be a base game mechanic, I think. Alvaro, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate that. Ross, John, thanks for the follows. Owen, thanks for the pops and the hearts. Lord Chaos, thank you for the boxing gloves. And Wesley, thank you for the heart on TikTok, too. Don't mess up. What am I going to mess up here, Lone Wolf? Actually, I guess I could miss some straw, but that's about it. Did you see that the U.S. won in soccer yesterday? No, I haven't been keeping up with the World Cup at all, to be honest. I do not know what the standings are at the moment. Oh, Homeskill, thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. All right, did I get it all? I think we're good. We can pack that up. Okay, let's go sell the last of this. We made a good 10 grand or so off of, I think I see some on the other side. Made a good 10 grand or so off of all this. Can't complain. And we'll see if this is enough to finally buy our combine. I don't know where I'm going to store a combine. I'm going to need a bigger barn. Oh, I didn't miss this. It's just stuff I missed with the combine. I'll run it over instead. Okay, cool. Let's go sell this. Oh, a little bit here. That one. And that one. Boom. Extra 500 bucks or so. Can I ask where the used yard is in the construction menu to add it? I've just downloaded it. Yeah, Ezekiel has it right. It is under the tools thing. It's really good. Very happy we added that one, actually. Ask another time, what's your favorite European map? Still Kinlog, dude. Still Kinlog. It is just such a good playthrough. Now, that's the UK specifically. Honestly, I know a lot of people want to know my favorite European map. But European map is such a broad term, right? Like, how do you compare a UK map to an Italy map? You know, those are two very different styles of farming, two very different environments. I think European map is honestly too broad of a term to even ask about. Now, I know that's how it's sorted in the mod hub, but it's just too broad of a term, really. You can't compare that easily. I think even like the difference between an Irish map and a UK map is worth talking about. You gotta be a little more specific with it. Love UK and Irish maps. I feel people mostly liked maps for where they're from at the end of the day. Like obviously for me, North American maps feel the most like home. Like this feels familiar to me. Whereas a UK map doesn't feel familiar. I still like playing them as a challenge to learn something new, but I find most people just like the maps that are the same as where they live, you know? Angry Nikolai, 420 Kenny, Mattis, thanks for the follows on TikTok. I appreciate that. Did we ever figure out what the coal was for on Kinlog? You just deliver it, to be honest with you. You just like deliver it and sell it, and that's it, actually. It's just another kind of passive income thing. Well, it's not passive. It's another job you can do, kind of like fishing, just to make some cash. So you buy coal and then you sell it. And what you can do is you can buy it and you can warehouse it, I think. So you buy it cheap and you warehouse it until the winter and then you sell it in the wintertime. I think you can make some money on it. It's kind of like a cheap way of adding transport contracts. So we were just talking about how it's cool to have transport contracts. The coal in Kinlog is a transport contract, but it's not a contract. You have to more freeform, you know. You got to do it yourself instead. So I like the 4X maps. Like 160 acres is a small field around me here, IRL. Yeah, exactly. Same with over here. Like we had a 50, 60 acre field growing up, and it was the smallest field around us. Like this, what is this? 10 acres? A 10 acre field? Unheard of, dude. That's crazy. 13 acre field. That's nothing. Yeah, this stuff is a little more similar to real life. And even these would be small. 4X map where you get those 150 acre fields are a little more in line with what I grew up with. I like tiny maps like 0.25. There aren't too many of them though. No, there are not. Those would be more like a challenge map. Like the farm sim version of Skyblock. Which is fun. I kind of like that. That actually would be cool. Farming Sim Skyblock would be sick, dude. All right. Awesome. Ford is done. So we have 226,000 bucks. This field is done. I don't know how much money Rye makes us yet because we haven't sold it yet. I'm going to let this sit. I don't need to do anything with this yet. I need to get that, what do you call it? This is the poppies. We need to get the poppies done. Now, do we want to test another type of crop in there? So we're testing rye now. Do we want to test like spelt or something like that? Which one of these has like a higher... Triticale doesn't really look any good. Millet looks all right. Wow. Lentils are crazy. How do you harvest lentils? Or lavender. How do you harvest lentils? Those are an insane amount of money, dude. Wow, well, regular combine chat. I'm gonna put some lentils in there, to be honest. When do you plant them? Not yet. Not until April. To be honest with you, we might actually be able to plant something and harvest it before lentils even need to go in. Oh, not quite. Nothing that we can plant yet. I not going to put lentils in there in the spring. So we're just going to leave it for now, and we'll try that. Do you get paid for the firefighter jobs? A little bit. It's not much, but yes. Okay, let's skip some time. Say goodbye to our very beautiful poppy field. It's going to get ugly and gray here. But we may as well have one last look. Dude, I'm obsessed with how good this crop looks. It's so nice. All right. Our other one will look good too. You know what? We're not even really losing it because our other one's going to bloom in the next month anyways. Keith, Soren, Alan, thanks for the follows, guys. Okay. Let's skip till 7 a.m. the next day. So we need to buy a fertilizer. No, a combine. With however much money we can make. We want to buy the biggest combine that we can. Or should I rent one for this year? I'll be able to buy a really nice combine if I rent one this year. Because this is, like, we're probably sitting on more than $250,000 worth of poppies here. Wouldn't be a bad move to rent it for 1 year. Well, so let's sell our stuff and see where we come in at. Because maybe we'll have just enough for a good one.
Double Door
I'd be cool
79
with
just subscribed with Prime.
Skip 7:30. Get a little bit of sunlight in here. Oh, certainly not a lot to sell. Anything on discounts? Nope. Anything in the discount yard, maybe? No combines. Okay, I guess we are, we're at the mercy of however much money we make at this point, which is fine. I don't mind. Dumbledore, thank you for using your Prime in here, dude. I appreciate that. How's it going? Welcome in. Also, Mukaleni, Dahan, Allen, thanks for the follows and the shares on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that too. Okay, now this is still a good 10K. No, this is a good 50K, 60K worth of canned peas. So this is going to be worth some good money. Do we still have canned peas in here? Yeah, we're still processing some. Just combines are so expensive to rent. If we could buy one, that would pay off extraordinarily quickly. It would cost us 40K just to rent one. It'd actually probably be better to buy one and then even just sell it next year. Or buy it and use it until we paid off our debt and then take out a loan to get a big combine. Also would be a good move. But I like the loans for the land because it's just so much better to buy land. Do you have the yard set up to spawn combines? Yes, but it's got a lower chance of spawning combines because I didn't want it to be too overpowered. And if you spawn harvesting equipment in there very often, it could get kind of overpowered. So I turned combine spawns down, but it can spawn combines. And mostly we'll do tractors and implements. I just wanted it to feel balanced. Do you build Lego? You should do a live building a set. I've done a few, actually. They are a lot of fun. We've done 4 Lego streams now. So you can see that one behind me. Oh, maybe it's kind of hard to see. There's a big crane behind me. And then there's a few smaller sets like over there. And most of those I built in a stream. They're fun. They're pretty chill. I mean, they're virtually just talking streams at the end of the day. You guys can't really help me build Lego, you know. But they are fun little talking streams that we can just mix it up a little bit, which I like. What's the discount yard? Oh, it's just a mod called discount or used vehicle yard or something like that. Okay, 283,000. Selling the mushrooms isn't going to help yet much. 283K. I have... Holy... I've got 22.7 acres, so we need a hefty harvester here. So the harvester that we just used is this one, and it is 5.8 meters, and it took us like 20 minutes. Took us 20 minutes to do 6 acres, less than 6 acres. It would take us a couple of hours to do it with the same harvester. Okay, what can we buy for 283? Nothing on discount. I'm just gonna check widths on these real quick. So 5.8. This one is 6 meters. So this would, the problem with this one is it also doesn't hold much. It holds 8,000 liters. This one held 5,000 liters. So holding capacity is a big deal for us. These are all 8. I mean, I could buy a combine and then rent the header. We could do that one at 8.5. That'd be a little faster. It actually hold some. When we get into the big stuff, 300K holds over 10,000 liters. Like, that's what I want, is a 7160. And I think the header, like, I don't even really care how big the header is as much as I care about the holding capacity. So we're not unloading it every 10 minutes. We're kind of... We don't really have a lot of options here, to be honest with you. These hold 8,600. 8,600 liters. I would still have to rent the header. 7.6 meters, but at least it holds more. I could stretch for this one 9,300 liters. I'd have to sell some of our product that we already have to do it if I wanted to rent the header as well. And it only really gets us an extra meter. And an extra few, almost, it's an extra 700 liters of capacity. I think... kind of like the idea of stretching for that one. I thought you didn't buy used harvesters. I don't recommend other people buy used harvesters because the math for it is not very easy to do. I will buy used harvesters, but there's a lot of thought that goes into that. And not every used harvester is worth it, but I'll always check. How much is poppies? Can I start selling poppies as soon as I harvest it? Yeah. It's actually not bad. You lose a little bit of money, but generally you can sell poppies as soon as you harvest them. We could sell our rye. Lose a little money on the rye, but we would make another 30K on rye, another 6K on poppies. How much is the header for that CH7? We're definitely beyond doing it by hand. So 281,000. I'd have 2,000 left over. Oh, and the headers are 48K, dude. I could rent it. How much is it to rent? 2,400 bucks to rent it? What's current loan status? High. High, unfortunately. To $555,000 loan? Holy crap. That was like $250,000. Big loans right now. The other thing we could do is we could cut later today. We could do an evening cut instead of a morning cut. And that would let us make some more money. Do you think these poppies are gonna rot? If I left them until next month, do you think these poppies would rot? Or do you think they'd be okay? You think they will rot? That's a shame. Because if I went until next month and processed more peas, I'd be all right. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to wait until later this month. Did we already play this game? We sure did. We sure did, and it did rot. All right, at the very least, let's just check the weather for this month. Weather's so nice and clear all the way till midnight. Let's go check. It's October, so I don't want to go too late, but let's go until 3 p.m. Let's see what we're looking at 3 p.m. We'll wait as long as we can. I still want to do it in the sunlight. Okay, 3 p.m. I got one more pallet. Man, those do not process very fast. Where's the sun? It's getting a little low. Let's wait an hour. All right, now it's going down. Like we're getting into the evening now. I'm not close on any of these pallets though. No. I mean, we could sell one pallet. You know what? It's a $10,000 pallet. One pallet was better than nothing. And the other thing we could do is we could check the used vehicle yard one more time, because sometimes it refreshes throughout the day. Well, if you do some by hand just to get enough money, oh, it'd be such a nightmare. I'd be better off renting a crappy little combine and doing a little bit to get the money, which isn't a bad strat. Okay, so that's 295k. Do I even have mushrooms? Let's just run over there real quick. Cut down some trees. Could, oh, I don't even have any mushrooms. Could cut down some trees. They're not really worth a lot of money. Couple grand for the big ones. But a lot of hassle. Okay, I mean that 10k might be good. All right, we're gonna buy that New Holland. Let me check discounts one more time. Oh, nice. The easy drill. Let me check discounts one more time. I can already tell you right there, there's no combine. There might be a header. A forge header in here. Yeah, nothing new over here either. Nothing that we can actually take advantage of. All right, chat. We're buying this. 281. Could I stretch for this? Cost me, knock it down to standard wheels. Cost me 307,000. Can I make 12 grand somehow? I make 12 grand. This might be doable. Can I sell anything? I could sell my Ford. How much can I sell the Ford for? We just look through vehicles that we're not using. I need the forks. The Aprilia is not worth anything. 2 grand. My Ford's worth 4 grand. That's not worth it. I could sell this trailer for 5 grand. The trailer could go. The Ford can go. This fertilizer bin. Oh, that's renting. I could get rid of that. Not going to help us now, but it's gone. You can use it for more than one project, right? This is a permanent upgrade. This is a permanent. Yeah, we'd be buying a harvester. What else can we sell? My bail card is $28. That's it. That's all we can reasonably sell. Unfortunately, we can sell the Ford. Okay. I'm going to sell some crops at a suboptimal price. So I'm going to start with the extra poppies that I have. Because that'll be worth a good 6 grand. That'll help. Gonna take this to sell. And if I can hit 307, well, I need to hit more like 315,000. I'm at 395 right now. If I can hit 315, I can buy that big harvester and I can rent its header. I don't mind spending 2 grand renting a header. We're harvesting a $250,000 crop. If I have to spend 2 grand renting a harvester, it's 1% of our income. So it's nothing crazy. How do you get license plates to be custom? You can do that. That's basic. Oh, I need to sell these here, actually. We're not allowed to do contracts, actually. That's one of our restrictions on this save. No contracts. 305k. Wow, we actually made like 12 grand off of that. That was good. Oh, we're close. We're close. What do we need? 307? I'm at 306. I'm at 306. But then I need, how much would it cost to rent its header? 25. So I need 310. If I get $310,000, I'm good. I'm good. Should we sell this rye? I think we just sell the rye. I'll keep my Ford. We sell the rye. And we're probably set at that point. Because I'm only losing a couple $1,000 selling the rye, honestly. It's not a big deal. I just kind of did it for fun. It's a good crop, but kind of more for fun anyways. If I lose a few $1,000 to save a few $1,000, I think we'll be okay. Sell the trailer. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to sell that little trailer as well. Because I have this truck. I'm not using that trailer for anything. I mean, it might be helpful for pallets. Oh, I got a pallet bed for this anyways. No big deal. Now, where's the best place to sell rye? We want every dime we can get for this. We're at that point now where we need every dime, dude. So rye is going to sell best at the grain mill, which isn't terribly far from here. You know what? Between selling the trailer and if we get a good deal on this rye, might be able to buy that header. Although that was a pricey header. I don't know about buying it. We'll have some money left over at the very least. Candle, thanks for that follow. Appreciate that. Let's see how much we get for this. I might not even sell the rest of the rye if we can. If we can buy the header, I'll sell the rest of the rye. If we can't buy the header, I'll stop selling rye and we'll just store some until it's a better price. Sell it later. Let's see what we get for this though, because precision farming makes you a surprising amount of extra money sometimes. I can't complain too much. Candle, thanks for that follow on TikTok. Oh my god, it's the first time I've sold in the elevator, dude. All right, let's see what we get. Okay, we have enough to buy the harvester and rent the header. I don't remember the price though. Getting up there, 330,000. We're getting there. Wow, 36 grand. That's pretty good. How much is that?
Yay, Gray, a just
I think it's like 70 though. I don't think it's cheap, unfortunately. Yang, thank you for the 4 months of Prime, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks for using your Prime in here. Welcome in. Okay, header, 50K. Terraflex 28 foot, 48,000. So I buy this for 307. Ooh, I'm close. I don't think we're quite gonna get there, but we might be close. I think it's worth trying. I think it's worth trying. At the very least, we'll be able to rent the header this month and buy the header next month, which is good enough for me, honestly. But let's see what we can do. We got stuff to sell still. So is that what I need? I need 355 exactly. 355K. Okay. Okay, this might be doable. We sold the poppies. I sold some of the rye. We're going to go sell the rest of the rye. We're going to sell our trailer. I really don't want to sell the Ford. I know I said I could sell the Ford. I like it. I don't really want to sell it if we can help it. In fact, I'd rather rent for a month and then sell it. Okay, 6,000 liters. I mean, that's going to be another probably 10 grand out of that. Oh, we might have it. If this is a good 10 grand, we've got it. We've got it. I don't know what else I could sell other than that trailer, but this will be broke once we've done it. Well, we can be broke at harvest time. If you're going into harvest with $0, you're min-maxing. Okay. Well, I don't have a full load of rye. That's the problem. This is all of the rye we have. This is it. That's a good thing we sold all that straw too. I don't think it's gonna do it. Oh, barely, just under 10K. Oh, no way. Dude, we might have got so lucky. We just got called. We got called for an emergency. If we get paid a little bit of money for this emergency, oh, this game is playing on our team today. Oh my god, for once. Okay, hold on. We gotta go get into our we gotta get changed into our fireman outfit. We've got a car on fire, which we got paid a good chunk for last time. No point parking this. Got an emergency, dude. Okay, let's go. And we want our big fire truck, right? Make it a little easier. Not too far from here either. Really thinking if I should download, do I download the emergency mod or not? I like it, but you're gonna see it right now. Okay. I hope it makes some cash. That's probably a bad thing to say. We only got paid like 500 bucks last time. So hopefully we get a little more this time. Turns volume down, that's fair. This thing is annoying and loud. I'll turn it off. It is too noisy, but you gotta turn it off for a little bit, you know? I think if we sell the trailer, we should be okay, but we'll see what we make off of this. Because if we make enough here, then that's cool with me. Get our work lights on. We could probably... Oh, I gotta take the other things off to unfold the machine here. Not tell which way to... How do you move this thing again? Oh, that spreads it out. I didn't know I could do that. Excuse me. Sorry. Set up our lights first. It's sick that those can widen. That's cool. Okay, that's all set up. Guess it wants us to put this down. Gotta drop them and then move them, I think. Okay, so we'll use that to do our spraying here. And then that one needs to come off. That car probably isn't even worth 500 bucks. I don't think that's how they determine your payment, is how expensive the car is. Put that right there. That's fine. All right. How do I do this again? Oh, do we have to keep doing these? Oh, there we go. Actually doesn't have a long way to go, which is nice. Gotta find that sweet spot though. Oh. That for a second. Do you have to drop all the cones to do it? Interesting. This was a finicky one. Oh, there we go. Trick is not to move too much at once. The back, maybe? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yep, we got it. Okay. What's happening? There's a car on fire. Yep, she's going. See if that lets us put the whole thing out. It's still going. Is this mod on Xbox? I think so. Yeah, I think this is on console, right? I don't think that it doesn't spread or anything like that, as cool as that would be. 289 bucks. Oh my god, a car accident literally happened right in front of us. That's crazy. You need help, ma'am? Sir? Oh, they're dressed the same. They're twins. And they're driving the same car. Well, not my problem. Well, it actually is my problem, but that's all right. Okay, well, we didn't get paid very much for this, but we don't, listen, we don't do it for the money. We don't do it for the money. Let's fold this back up. We're here to save our fellow citizens. Oh, I guess I need my I need my carts. Those might be important. Can't leave those here. That one right there. And I think we just leave the rest. Man, why did we get paid so much the first time we did one of these? 289 bucks, dude. Although we were working on a shift last time, so maybe you get more money if you work it on shift. Okay, I'm gonna keep my lights on because there's apparently an actual accident here. All right, you guys figure that out. Good luck. Have fun. Not my problem, dude. All right, let's take this back home. Well, the next live with Austin was supposed to be today, but he had somewhere to go, so he wasn't able to join us today. So I don't know what the next one is. I'm hoping we could reschedule before next Thursday, but we'll see. What does precision farming add? So precision farming basically makes the crop nutrient system more complicated. It just introduces kind of this level of data collection on your fields and then rewards you for environmentally friendly farming, and not like overusing your fertilizer and your herbicide and stuff like that. So I don't know if you've been watching Clarkson's farm by any chance. Do you remember when he went to like the Netherlands and he met with that potato farmer and he showed him all the cool technology and stuff like that? That's pretty much what precision farming is in the game. It's a little more complicated than regular farm sim, but it's a lot of fun. It's not that hard to learn. It's objectively more complicated, but it really isn't that hard to learn at the end of the day. Is it every first day that you guys go live? Every Thursday that we go live? Yes. Oh, that's what we aim for. Where's my regular clothes again? Gotta take this off and then gotta jump through some hoops to make this happen, apparently. That's very Canadian. There we go. Okay. Now we have 351K. What do I need? 355, you say? I'm selling that trailer. I'm selling that trailer, and then we might just have this. See what happens. Some cool looking US style fire trucks on King mods. Maybe they have US style sirens. I'm RPing that Germany donated a fire truck to this small town. That's what we're going with, and that's why we have a German fire truck, or 2 German fire trucks, is they donated it to help our fire department. I guess. Wait, no, Duke? No, I don't have the Duke on him anymore. I probably should. That's the one we're gonna sell. So that little trailer there. And then if it's 355K that we need, we might be okay here. Should I buy it with 2 joysticks? As long as you're on PC. If you're on console, you can't. But oops, poked a hole in my barn. If you're on PC, yes, you should get 2 joysticks. We do need a police and EMT department. Although I don't know if volunteer cops are really a common thing. Sure, it happens sometimes. Although it would be kind of realistic in a small town for a cop to also be a local farmer. Like that's not that crazy. I'm gonna take this to the store because we actually make more money if we deliver it directly. We're gonna take it over there and see how much we could get. If I sold it there, I'd get about 6 grand, but if I could get like an extra grand out of this, even an extra 500 bucks would be helpful for us. I'm really not using this trailer anymore. Consoles can't do multiple joysticks. I think the console companies just limit how many devices you can use. I think that's pretty much the only answer, is they limit how many joysticks you can use, how many devices you can control with at once. Okay, and sell. 5 grand. Okay. Well, I mean, it's 356K. 356. Let's see if that's enough. So let's buy. Yeah, because I was thinking I could get an even bigger harvester and then rent that header, but the next one's a jump. It's 380, and it gets up to... That's where we get up to the big stuff, like the 15.2 meter headers. So that's a jump we want to make eventually, but we're not quite there yet. That's the S7. Lexion's not bad. What do we get for headers? 13.8. Oh man, they get big after that. AF11 is kind of like, I think that's the biggest harvester in the game until you get into Nexat. So that's 15.2. What about the CR11? 15.2 on that one as well. And then, yeah, I think it's Nexat after that.
Just subscribed
go
with
bigger.
Prime.
Yeah, how big is Nexat? That's the threshing unit. Where's the header? Oh, it's 15.2 as well. Oh, so it's actually not bigger. Interesting. It's just, I think it's got a higher capacity, maybe? 20,000 liters? I don't think those big ones have 20,000 liters of capacity. Harvester. It's a little higher. They're actually at 20,000, but not bad. Okay, let's buy this before we have to pay our taxes or something like that. 307K. I got 49K. I think you're right. Oh, 48K harvester. 8.5 meters. There we go. Now, the problem is, what header is that? I need a trailer for it. 3050 Terraflex. 28 foot. So we need to go like this. 3050 Terraflex, 28 foot. I can't buy this, but I should be able to rent my header trailer at the very least, which is good. Woodgear, thank you for the follow on Twitch, and also thank you for the immediate Prime sub, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks for using your Prime in here, and also welcome in. Farm stick or side panel? Farm stick. Farm stick. The only cool part of the side panel is it's got buttons. See, like it's a button panel and a small joystick. But so is the farm stick. It has a button panel on the bottom of it. I'd say farm stick. The other problem is it's just the other thing is that the farm stick is just much better made, much higher quality, and will last you longer than the side panel will. All right, chat. We are the brand new proud owners of a Case 2160 with a, what was it, an 11 meter header or something like that. 28 footer? I guess not 11 meters then, but still pretty good. And then we're renting the trailer, but we don't have to worry about that. You think that'll go? Hope unless we pick that back up. Oh, I might be in trouble. Okay, hold on. And the panel is huge. You know, that is another kind of annoying part about the panel. You're right. It's massive. It does not fit into your kit. Like you said it very nicely. Like the joystick can sit on a desk, whereas the side panel, you have to actually mount it somewhere, and it is unnecessarily huge. Yes. Hold on. It says it's PlayStation compatible. One joystick is, not two. You can have one joystick on PlayStation. You just can't have two joysticks on PlayStation. Is this that Out of Ore game I just watched your video on? No, this is Farming Simulator. You can watch Out of Ore on my YouTube channel, though, if you want. If you just go to my bio on Twitch or TikTok there, and you find my YouTube, there is a series on there where my dad and I are playing Out of Ore together. Go check that out. That game rocks. That's a mining game. This is a farming game. Did that lock or no? It doesn't really matter if it didn't. I didn't see it lock in, but
subscribed at tier 1 for 10 months.
I mean, as long as it transports the header, that's good enough for me. You can't have two farm sticks on PS5, not for farming sim. You might be able to do it on construction sim, but I'm not confident in that enough to tell you to get it. So that game rocks. To see what you did there. Thank you very much. And Maple, thank you for the tier 1 for 10 months. How's it going? Welcome in. Why get the trailer? Just leave it attached for now, because I have to follow the rules of the road in this game. So I'm actually not allowed to break, I'm not allowed to break road rules, and you're not allowed to transport a header on the road without a transport trailer. So I have to literally, just to take it across the street, I have to buy one of these headers. Now that being said, in real life, small town Canada, He probably could have just done it. No problem. But I don't want to pay a $10,000 fine. I gotta play by the rules here. Also, I don't know if it fits into my fence. This is now a big enough header that I don't know if it actually fits my fencing situation. All right. That is the biggest machine we have ever run on this farm. Wow, we had the pea harvester. That thing was kind of nuts too. Okay. Now let's get our... Well, the truck we might have to bring over. We'll see how long it takes us to unload. Takes us to fill up, because we do have a decent capacity on here. I wish we could extend it somehow, but... And we obviously have GPS. Thankfully. And there's nothing to pick up. This just remulches it back into the field. All right, and GPS... let's do... It's a big field. I'm happy with 3 headlands, and we don't even have anything to pick up. Oh, that's AI worker. Hold on. Steering assist, 3 headlands. Straighten that out. Okay. Let's see how much capacity we have. We're gonna reach all the way around. Probably not bright enough for lights yet. We'll go like that. Missed my 10 months up. I got it, Maple. Oh, maybe you didn't hear me. Maple, I was just saying thank you for the 10 months of tier 1 and welcome in. And then I asked you how you were doing. But that's okay. I'll get you again. I don't mind. Thank you so much. I bought the side panel before the farm sticks. Yep, same. I had the side panel first, and then I got the farm sticks. And then the side panel broke, and I was like, oh, I'm going to buy another one. But then chat recommended the farming stick, so I bought that instead. And it was amazing. It was way better than the stick. No problem, Maple. Warren, thank you for the follow on TikTok, by the way. Welcome in. The wheel that I'm using right now is a T598. It's a little overpowered for this game, but it's been a great wheel in general. Oh, we're gonna have to... I don't even think we're gonna make a full round around this field before we need to unload. And I do not have enough... It's gonna be a lot of transporting. I don't have enough money to buy like a semi truck or something for this. So we're just gonna have to tough it out, unfortunately. I know you might not know, but are the farm sticks for Xbox? Yes, it is. There is. You do have to buy the Xbox farm stick, but you can do it. It'll work on this game. It'll work on Construction Sim. And somebody said they had it working from Microsoft Flight Sim on Xbox, which kind of surprised me. But that would be lovely if that worked. Is this rye? No, this is poppies. So we get poppy seeds from this, which I guess is farmed in Manitoba. And then we just sell them. You could turn them into poppy seed oil. We've just been selling them because they're actually like really good money. And I'm kind of enjoying like this playthrough where I don't have to manage so many pallets. So just kind of farm a little more conventionally and forego some of the production. At least at this point, like we could, when we get to really, really huge amounts of money, we could go into production, but I kind of want to go productions a little bit later in this playthrough. We were canning some peas and stuff, but I think it'd be fun to go for volume instead of productions too quick. I'm going for farm sticks too, but can you use them for Star Citizen and Flight Sim, or do I have to buy normal flight sticks? No, you can use them for Star Citizen and Flight Sim. I use mine for Flight Sim. I've used it for DCS. I haven't tried it for Star Citizen, but I guarantee you it works. And I use it for Arma as well. I tried it in Arma 2 and Arma 3, and both of those work too. They absolutely work as a flight stick, which is nice. You don't have enough to buy an 87 Toyota truck right now? No, I'd have to steal it. You're right. I'd have to steal it. Just poppy seeds at the moment. They're pretty good money. They come with this map. They're not actually in the base game, but they come with this map. And they're a we had done them on a test crop. This is the first time we're doing them on such a big field. But if the test crop is anything anything accurate to this, This is gonna be a good $250,000 worth of poppies. I mean, it's a huge field in all fairness, so maybe that's not surprising, but $250,000. I mean, it's gonna pay off our harvester first year, honestly. And we got 2 of these, so we should come in around $500,000. We could have done these as peas and made more money per acre, but honestly, doing both of these fields as peas, I mean, we would have been farming peas for 10 hours straight, probably. And I would have paid more on the harvester than we'd have made. Well, that's not true. CR7, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. I'm doing a start with only hand tools and the hilly land beside the castle on Kinloch. I want to do pigs and fish. Any tips to make it more fun or challenging? I mean, the only really things I do to add to that is I don't let myself do contracts if I've got hand tools, because it forces me to get real creative with really small farming. So I think that would be like, that would be something you could do. What else? No, honestly, I think you're going to have a good playthrough. You could challenge yourself to not buy any fish food ever. I think I bought fish food a couple of times. I think it'd be fun to not ever buy any fish food and just make it all yourself, because you end up with this cool playthrough where you farm and sell soybeans, and then you sell oil, and eventually you start making fish food out of those things when you have the money to do it, and then you get into fish, and I think that's a lot more fun. Poppy could be solid versus Austin when you get to bigger fields. So at our playthrough versus Austin, we're at a tough spot right now. I can't add any more peas. We are now at the point in that playthrough where we are struggling to finish every field of peas. Whoa! I wasn't even paying attention to that. We're struggling to finish a field of peas by the time the month rolls over. So I can't afford to add any more peas, any more crops. If I did, I would have to buy a whole new field, and I'd have to buy duplicates of the tools. And even then, it would be kind of hard because you have to unload them yourself, and I wouldn't be able to keep up with that many AI. So we have to figure out how to farm faster. We can't do any more peas because we can't upgrade the pea equipment. We would have to buy the biggest harvester, and that's not possible. So we have to make some sort of jump where we can scale up with equipment, but also harvest it relatively cheap, preferably without hand tools. And that's going to be tough. There are some smaller harvesters that we have in that playthrough. Like, we've got the little combines on that one. So I think that's probably our next step. But it's gonna be a hassle for sure. I genuinely think the next stream we're gonna be getting our first equipment. Like, I just need to buy a big field and probably a small harvester. Like, I kind of want to buy one that's already grown and then harvest it for a bunch of money and then sell that and leverage that into a tractor, because the next field that we buy will be too big to do hand tools on. We get any animals? The only problem with animals is they take so long to pay off that I don't think it makes sense for us at that stage. Like, Austin will beat me to $1 million if I get animals. If I go animals, I won't be able to raise them to a high enough age for them to actually make any money on. So I think if that series goes to season 2 and we end up doing like first to 5 million after that, I think maybe then I could go animals, but not in first to 1 million. That won't work. Hi Faber, how's it going, dude? Up this down a little bit. Why is that not piping out? Oh, there it goes. So no, not yet. I think the move will be going for some sort of fast growing ground crop that we can harvest quickly. I don't think poppy's the way to go. Could be, but like, we just need to look for something we can plant for cheap, cultivate for cheap, and harvest for cheap. I kind of wanted to do onions because we can plant onions really quickly, but I think the harvest would be a nightmare. And then in that case, we may as well be doing peas. Like, onions are not better than peas. If we're going to be doing hand tools for harvesting, may as well be peas. So I'm kind of stumped in what to do versus awesome right now. Do silage, but we're playing with seasons off, so silage actually wouldn't be the best move.
1412 just subscribed.
I could grow something faster. And I want to go with something fast. The nice part about poppies is you could do 4 crops of poppies a year. Maybe it's not a bad move. Maybe poppies would be good. No, not silage. Silage, we could harvest as many times as we could do poppies, but we would make less money. Unless we were turning that silage into dairy. Like if we were doing dairy cattle and doing silage, that might be okay. But again, probably not to 1 million. 5 million, yes, dairy cattle would be awesome. 1 million, probably not. I'm going to have to pick up some sort of grain crop, to be honest with you. Samula, thank you for the Prime sub for 10 months. Thank you for using your Prime in here. And welcome in. If you just got here, welcome in. 10 mil per crop for that, for those kind of poppies, yeah. No, dude, I don't know what to do. I really am stumped in this playthrough. And I'm hoping he's as stumped as I am. Because I don't know how to get away from peas. I mean, we're basically farming as efficiently as each other right now. I think we're both farming the maximum amount that we can farm right now. So we're pretty much even at this point. It's really just the next purchase is going to define who wins that series. Whoever can pick a diversification away from peas better is going to win that series. And there's so much pressure on it too. It's going to cost me 800 bucks if I guess wrong. That's the worst part. It's going to cost me real life money if I guess wrong. I have to get it right. You can't, no, we can't loan in that playthrough. So we have to kind of do this in a way where we work up to it. I can't just loan something. I don't think productions in the short term are the way to go. Although they will pay off for us. They will pay off for us with peas. Like we're producing our peas into canned peas. And that means we are farming more efficiently than Austin. If we're doing canned peas, we are farming our peas more efficiently because he's harvesting them and then he's just selling them straight up. So I'm taking them and I'm getting 50% more for my peas right now. To be fair, I could farm peas until we win. But I'd be stuck with just hand tools. There's nothing more. I'd be collecting money and I would not be spending it on anything good. We can't field flip. We can't field flip, but we can buy a ready to harvest field. It's just then we have to use it. So that'll be the next move for us, I think, in Fence Line Feud, is we buy a field that's ready to harvest and we buy the equipment to harvest it. But we have to make sure we can do that in one shot. I can't buy a field and then hope I can get a harvester because I need to be able to do it immediately. So I think that's where we're at, is find a field that's in our price range, buy a combine or something at the same time at the beginning of a month, and then sell whatever we pick out of the ground, whatever it is. Best case scenario, to be honest with you, one of the best things we could do is we could find a big onion crop. This would make us so much money if we found a big onion crop, bought hand tools and harvested. I'd have to harvest it with another AI, but me and another AI harvest a field of onions. We just have to, it would be really hard to do quickly.
Just subscribed with Prime.
And then we can plant whatever there. We wouldn't have time to replant it that month, but I think if we bought a field of onions, that would honestly make us so much money. We'd be like halfway to a win at that point. But I don't even know if we could harvest it in time. We're doing good. Snape, welcome in. Thank you for using your Prime sub in here for 6 months. Enjoy the new bench. I appreciate that. And then what do we do with it after? Well, then after... See, I think what we'd have to do is buy a field that's ready to harvest, right? Buy one that's ready to go. Harvest it. Sell that immediately. Don't produce it into anything. Sell that immediately. Leverage that money into equipment, and it's a risk, but leverage that money into equipment to farm that field that we just bought. It'd be such a risk because if we do it wrong, We have a giant field that we can't replant. We could replant sections of it with hand tools, but like realistically, we probably couldn't replant it in time with anything useful. So it's a little bit of a risk, but if it pays off, it could win us the game. Is field flipping even profitable? Field flipping is profitable. There's no loss to field flipping. You buy a field, you harvest it, you sell the field for what you bought it for, but it's banned. We can't field flip. Because it's so overpowered. So the two things we can't do is we can't buy yards with buildings on them and then sell them, because that's another, it's basically field flipping but with buildings. And we can't buy a field, harvest it, and then sell it. We can buy a field and harvest it though. That's okay. We just have to farm it after that. We have to farm it at least one time after we buy it. When will you start the new save? What new save? I don't have any new saves planned. We're getting there with this one. Like, we probably got at least another 50 hours of playtime on this one. Probably more, depending on how crazy we want to get with it. We got time to go on this one still. Peter, thanks for the follow on TikTok, dude. How much money do you have? $1,248. I went broke for this harvest, dude. I went broke for this harvest. That being said, we are pulling a lot of poppies out of this field. I am coming up on 20,000 total here, which is more than I think our little fields made us. I think they made a little over 20K in poppies. So we're making bank on this one, dude. Okay, we can park that right there. Go get our truck. Oh man, I was hoping I could swap to that one a little easier. We'll map swap. That's okay. And then this thing will need to be unloaded literally every 2 passes, which is nuts. I thought there was a loss from selling the property. No, in farm sim, property actually sells for what you buy it for. And real life is exactly like that too, right? Like property, it's not like buying a car and then selling it a month later. If you buy property in real life and you sell it a month later, barring any insane fluctuations in the market, you sell it for about the same price. In fact, sometimes you can sell it for more if you're lucky. And that's represented in the game. Property doesn't change value in this game. It's always the same value whether you're buying or selling it, because it doesn't degrade when you sell it. The only problem is you get this kind of unrealistic mechanic where you can just buy property, farm it once, and then sell it, which obviously you can't do in real life, because no farmer is going to sell you a crop that's ready to harvest. They'll sell you land when they're done with it in the in the fall. Chances are you're not buying anybody's planted crop. You ever tried to use the auto drive feature to get to AI to unload and sell for you? I mean, they can't unload and sell. I don't think they can drive on the road to a place where they can sell, but that's about all they can do. They're not very clever. There's some mods you can use, like Courseplay, where you basically drive the route yourself and then sell and then come back, and the AI can actually utilize that by just copying your movements. But that's a separate mod. That is a full container of poppies already. That's insane, dude. Just have a bigger dump door, by the way. Or I have to use that little one. I have to use that little door. That's fine. You've got it to sell a few times. Base game, you got it to sell? Really? I genuinely didn't think it could. Courseplay is the way to do it. You're land rich and bank broke, as farmers say. Yeah, people think farmers are really, I mean, some farmers are definitely loaded, but like it's all in assets at the end of the day. It's not like farmers are eating caviar every night and driving a Lamborghini. Not that they have anywhere to go. Jeremy Clarkson is driving a Lamborghini. Hoping the next farm sim, when you buy a field with a crop ready to harvest, yes, I think they should make it a cost more as well, or you can only buy and sell land in the fall would be kind of sick too, or it like goes on sale. So like I think it would be cool if you couldn't buy any land at all times. You have to actually wait for the crop or for the land to go on sale. So like every couple of months a new piece of property pops up ready to sell and some of the other ones leave the market. I think that would be sick. Lucas, William, and Blank, thanks for the follows on TikTok. What's your favorite tractor in Farm Sim 25? I kind of swap between them. 3860, I think. Whatever that starter John Deere is, I really like that one. And Blue, thanks for that follow on Twitch. Look, man. There we go. So that's our first 20K of poppy seeds. Now, if I park, where are we likely to fill up again? Over here. Let's make a good guess. As we get about, and I don't have to be fully loaded up. So if I go here, well, I bet it'll go a little bit further, but I don't have to be fully loaded. So I'm going to guess right there. I think that'll do it. Oh, I better shut that off real quick. And all right, get another run out of this. That should be a setting that you can toggle. I agree. I think that'd be really cool. Or if it came with precision farming. I'm a big fan of adding stuff like that to precision farming, because I do think that the average player would hate that mechanic. Just knowing how the average player plays farm sim, they want to buy the crops or the fields when they want to. You know, they don't want to have to wait. But putting it into some sort of hardcore mode like precision farming, that'd be sick, dude. I like that. I'm just surprised at how many people play without seasons even. Like, it really goes to show how casual a lot of the farm sim players are, which is totally fine. Like, it's a game. Play it however you want. I just think sometimes we forget how casually people play it and how a lot of these features would not be well liked by the community in general at the end of the day. Setup is sick. How much for the whole thing? Like 2,500, but that includes the seats, the seat and the rig and all that nonsense. You don't need all that. You can strap all this stuff to a desk and you're good. Couple of joysticks and a steering wheel, you're good. Supercar DJ and Carlos, thanks for the follows on TikTok. I also think they should make the next farm sim so you can see the fields you don't own being farmed. I don't think people realize the impact of that on the game. First of all, that'll be like they will have to make the game look worse if they have that in the game, because that'll be really hard on consoles for consoles to run, having a bunch of other people working the fields. Secondly, it really messes with buying and selling fields, and it really messes with the contract system in the game as well, right? Because if another farmer, so let's say this farmer to my left is farming her fields, halfway done, and I buy it, then what? What does the game do? Does it reset it to 0? Do you just buy it as is and you farm the rest of it? And then what if you want to do a contract? What if I'm like, oh, I'm out of money, I'm gonna go do a harvesting contract? Because the harvesting contracts are fields in the game that need to be harvested. How do you do a harvesting contract when the farmers are farming it themselves? You wouldn't be able to, because they're already doing it, right? There's a lot of problems that it brings up. I still think it's a cool idea. There's a lot of problems to solve. And again, all of those things kind of take away from the casual experience of the game too. Like, you get one less month to do all your harvesting contracts at that point. And some harvesting contracts literally won't be possible, or the game has to come up with some solution to do it. I agree, this game does feel kind of lonely sometimes, like especially on roads like this. There's no cars, there's no other farmers out on their fields. I get where you're coming from. I just also understand why it's such a hard thing to implement, I guess, and I'm not really sure what the solution to that is. I think they just have to pick something like, if a field is halfway harvested and you buy it, I think it just resets it to dirt. It just resets it to the harvested state. Basically, whatever the next state is, resets it to harvested. I'd be cool with that. And then contracts, maybe you only have the first 4 hours of the day to claim contracts, and that's it. And if you don't do the contract in time, then the farmer will farm it themselves. That's another solution for that. And then if you just make it a feature that can be turned on and off, that kind of solves the FPS issue. I will say I think there's a lot of people out there that don't understand that that's how that works though. And they'll be like, oh, why does this game look worse or run worse? Not understanding that they should turn off those extra farmers at the end of the day. That brings a lot of issues. I get it, dude. There is a mod that does this, by the way. Yeah, there is a mod on PC that does do this. If you want to mess around with this and see how it impacts your game, you can do that right now. You can do that today, if you're on PC, that is. Easy for the contract. You have the first month of harvesting to do the contract. After the contract is over, the farmer does it themselves. I like that, although not all crops actually last for a month. So I think you have to do it like the first few hours of the day is when you can do your contracts or claim your contracts. And then, yeah, after that, the AI farmer will do it instead. Did you get your seat fixed? Did I get my seat fixed? What was wrong with my seat? This game is the best with some music in the background and some snacks. Yeah, that or like, I like doing this with Netflix on the side or something. Some music or Netflix on the side. Stream is kind of nice. It's kind of the same experience with stream, right? Is I could sit here and I could just harvest and I can talk to chat, which is something I really like doing. I really want the screens of vehicles to be active and display useful information. They're getting there. Like, this actually does partially work. Not this one. This doesn't have anything on it. I don't think that changes. But some vehicles have like their speed and the capacity and stuff like that in there. They're starting to get into screens that are cameras mounted on the vehicles, and those actually do work as well. So we are getting there. I think by the next farm sim, I would bet that most of these will have functional screens in them. See if we nailed our distance. I don't think I did. I think I parked a little too close.
Sparky
Man, I did
Farming
not realize.
just resubscribed at tier 1 for 3 months.
You could probably leave that down. That's all good. And then I might be able to do a full round without unloading now. We'll see. Now that we're down into the lower amounts. Also, this is the loam right here. So this is where we're getting the highest yield. The middle of my yield isn't as good. Your chair wasn't cooling. Oh, yeah, I accidentally unplugged it while I was messing around getting something else plugged in. I did fix that, yeah. Sparky, thank you for the tier 1 sub for, oh my God, for 3 months, dude. Enjoy the new badge. I appreciate that. Thanks for the tier 1 and welcome in. Another way they could have it is that the harvest contract be available a month early to claim, and if you don't claim it, then the AI would harvest it. I like that too. I like that too. It lets you plan it. The only thing is I think a lot of players pick their contracts on the fly. Like, I think most players are not planning their contracts like that. It's usually like, oh, I want to buy this thing, but I don't have $5,000 more. I think that's when they pick contracts instead. So I don't know. It might mess with the way that the average player plays this game in that way as well. We're harvesting the same crop in the same field at the same time. Really? What harvester are you using? Different harvesters, probably. I like having GPS now, though. Way better than the last one we were doing. Man, these are big fields. These are big fields. We're going to get to that point pretty quick where we'll harvest with multiple harvesters. I think I'll keep going up until the biggest combines. And then we're literally going to have to harvest side by side with an AI.
With Prime.
Although unloading would be a nightmare in that case. Akatosh, thank you for the Prime sub for 28 months. Holy dude. That is crazy. Akatosh, I appreciate that. Thanks for the Prime sub. 28 months is nuts. Oh, we're offline for some reason. Okay, we're back. All good. Poppies is what we're harvesting. Next time you come down to the U.S., come down to Nebraska, to Papillon, go to Freddy's so I can make you a burger. I work at fast food. Okay, sounds good. If I find myself in Nebraska, I will, I'll let you know. That's actually true. You'll just have to keep an eye out because I will actually let you guys know where I'm going. But I'd be so down. Don't go to Nebraska. I'm just trying to think if anything would actually take me to Nebraska. Like, Nebraska seems cool, but I don't know what... Like, it's not like they have Gamescom or anything in Nebraska, so I don't know when the stream with Austin is going to be. We'll have to schedule that separately. Why would you come to the U.S. to begin with? There's some cool stuff. Like, I'm coming down to Chicago for Sim Gaming Expo. I will probably head down to San Diego for TwitchCon. What else? That's really all I've got scheduled right now, but you never know. I was in New York last year. I was in San Francisco this year. Vegas. Usually go to Vegas for CES. So I make my way down there. I don't know about Nebraska though. Like, I don't know what would happen in Nebraska that would naturally bring me out there, but I'd like to go someday. Tex and Godmill, thanks for the follows on TikTok. Appreciate that. Is Farmstead 22 good? Yes. Farmstead 22 is still good. There's nothing wrong with that game. Farm Sim 25 is a big upgrade to Farm Sim 22. But 22 is still great. I put 2,000 hours into that game, no problem. And honestly, even after 2,000 hours of Farm Sim 22, I wasn't done with it. I wasn't bored of Farm Sim 22. It's just 25 came out, so I was like, hell yeah, I'll play the new one. But I honestly, just about everything we're doing here, you can do in Farm Sim 22. It doesn't look as good. You know, some of the mods aren't as cool. Some of the graphics and mechanics like tires and the AI aren't as good. Less crops, less productions. Maps aren't as good. But like you can do all of these things. Actually, this map is in Farm Sim 22. So you could do almost exactly this. Braxton, thank you for the follow on TikTok as well. And Bulldog, thank you for the rose. Nebraska is known for the zoo. We have one of the biggest zoos in the world. I've never heard of a zoo in Nebraska, and it's one of the biggest in the world. I've never heard of it. I think the most famous zoos are probably San Diego is probably one of the most famous zoos in the U.S. I feel like there's another in Miami. Does Miami have a crazy zoo? I feel like I've heard of that as well. I'm not really big on zoos. They're a little bit sad, to be honest with you. I have a little bit of trouble at the zoo. It has to be a good one because sometimes I go and you just see these animals in like really little enclosures and it's just kind of like sad. Like SeaWorld, I'll never go to SeaWorld, dude. That's garbage. And some zoos are probably good. They've got animals that wouldn't survive in the wild or were endangered or stuff like that. Like I can respect that, but sometimes they'll see be like a monkey in a little room, like a 20 by 20 foot room. That's just sad. I want to see that, dude. Omaha Zoo is like #2 in the US. Wow, I've never heard of that before. Have a really bad day today. Watching your streams make it a little bit better. I'm glad, Havoc. I'm sorry you're having a bad day, but that's why we're here. Hopefully we can make your day at least a little bit better. If you don't mind watching a combine work all day. I have Farm Sim 25. Do I buy Farm Sim 22? No. If you got Farm Sim 25, just play Farm Sim 25. There's nothing in Farm Sim 22 that's better than 25 at this point. There's nothing. Even all the good mod packs have moved over to Farm Sim 25. Like that for a little bit there. That was the big thing. Like Courseplay was still only on 22. Mining was still only on 22. FDR was only on 22. But they've all moved. They've all moved over to 25. Play this. It's so good. Yeah, if you're on a PS4 or a really crappy PC, 22, you might have to go with 22. That being said, 25 might surprise you. On a crappy PC, 25 might surprise you. You could buy it on Steam, try it, see if it runs, and then refund it if it doesn't go. Just in case. You'd be surprised. This game is pretty well optimized, and it can be cranked way down in terms of the graphics. It might end up looking more or less like Farm Sim 22, but you'll have all the other cool parts of it, which would be nice. Houston Cox said, thank you for the follow on TikTok. I'm trying not to overload this. I am misjudged by a little bit. About all we can do. That's okay. This is close enough. I don't really need to. I'm not going to bring the truck over. I'm just going to go get it. I do 22, tried 25 from a friend. I don't know how it works. He gave me a code. Don't ask me how. Oh, no, it's all good. You probably use like family share or something like that. Yeah, that's a shame, but that's okay. I mean, play what you got. Like I said, at the end of the day, 22 is a great game. It's still a good farm sim. What's the best method to play farm sim? Starting from scratch. Start from scratch playthrough. It's definitely gaining more popularity now, thank God. But yeah, check out start from scratch playthrough on farm sim. You'll have a great time. Do you ever use auto drive or Courseplay? I use the in-game GPS and that's it. I don't care enough to do it in Courseplay I mean, Courseplay would be kind of cool to have this truck empty itself, but that's,
Johnny Boy
that's about it.
697
Johnny!
just subscribed at tier 3 for 13 months.
Oh my god, dude. Johnny, thank you for the tier 3 sub for just over a year. Holy. Johnny, thanks for supporting the stream with your tier 3. I do really appreciate that. We hit Partner Plus again last month, and we couldn't have done it without you. Thank you for the tier 3. And thank you for being here for 13 months as well. How you been, dude? We have a 260-acre zoo in my hometown. Holy dude. And hi, Johnny. According to Google, the biggest zoo depends on how you measure it. The North Carolina Zoo is the largest by total land area. Omaha's Henry Doorly Zoo is the largest by animal collection. And the Bronx Zoo is the largest traditional metropolitan zoo. Oh, the Bronx Zoo. That one I know because of Madagascar. That's it. Just use the delivery thing on the truck GPS. I don't feel like messing around with that. I'll just drive it. It's all good. I really don't mind enough to bother with that kind of thing. Okay, I think we programmed 3 headlines into this, right? So are we on Rose now? I think we're on Rose. Do I buy a console because I have a bad PC, so I don't know if it's worth it because I have to buy Farms for 25 again. You might be the person that should buy a Steam machine, to be honest. Now, it depends on your budget. If the Steam machine is in your budget, buy one of those. Because if you've got a little bit more than a console, you already own some PC games. I mean, we're so late into the consoles at this point that we're probably 2 years away from a next-gen console. I would buy a Steam machine. I think you're in the exact right, like, position to be buying a Steam machine. Oh, you can use any map for Start From Scratch. It doesn't matter. I do recommend the farm stick, yes. What's the new DLC and can we see it? It's okay. It's the Sky Pack. Honestly, I'm not even using it. It's installed in the game, but there's nothing in there that's worth it. I might get that slurry disker in there, but it's fine. I'm gonna do a video on it instead. I was not very happy with it personally. This is an American style farm. It's Canadian, so American equipment, Canadian land, but North American style in general. I can tell you what I do from Start From Scratch. I sell everything the farm comes with, then I buy what I need and put the rest into debt. That's not Start From Scratch. If you have fun with that, that's great. You should keep doing that, but that is not Start From Scratch. That's different. It's not a bad way to do it. You're like kind of starting, like you're building your farm from scratch, but you're not starting from scratch. Starting from scratch is no money, no land, no equipment. But if you have fun with that, you should play it like that. In Yerpole, I don't know where that is. There's a small zoo that holds endangered and saved animals, and entry is free with the area to donate. Oh, that's kind of nice. Really think you'd like the zoo where I live? Okay, you're really trying to sell me on this zoo. If I ever find myself in Omaha, I'll drop by the zoo and Freddy's, okay? I promise. The Sky Pack is just rebranded existing equipment. Functionally, yes. The disker with the slurry is a new thing, but you could probably do it with mods. That's the only new thing that the Sky Pack added. Everything else either has an base game equivalent, base game price, or, you know, in terms of price or function, or it's close. The slurry disker is actually, that is new, but I bet there's a mod for it, to be honest with you. Love that you say your opinion on the DLCs and everything instead of selling out. Thanks. But like, yeah, thank you. Selling out doesn't really get you anywhere, to be honest with you. It might work once. You can sell out once, right? And you can cash in all of your goodwill and your reputation to sell out once. Maybe you make some money, but then you can't do it again. Then everybody knows that you're selling out. Now selling out, like I think some people think working with brands is selling out. I'll work with giants. I'll do events. I'll even make them ads if they want me to. But I'm still going to offer my real opinion on the stuff that we're doing. I'm not going to take a paid review. I'm not going to tell you I like something when I don't, even if it's paid. And I don't know why anybody would. I guess if you really want money, that's the way to do it. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me to do stuff like that. It just feels like such a short-term money making strategy, and then that's it. Then nobody ever listens to you again because you do paid reviews. And like I said, I will take ads. I will do ads for companies because at the end of the day, I'm a producer. That's what I do. I can make you an ad. But I think you gotta be very clear with people when you are offering your own thoughts and opinions, and when you're doing an ad. So like if I'm doing a review, it's always my own thoughts and opinions. If I'm doing an ad, I'm not gonna say stuff like, oh, I really like this, I think this is the best, unless it's true. But even if it's true, if you have that little sponsor tag on your post, nobody's gonna believe it at the end of the day. People hating something and getting paid to say it, it's fantastic. I hate that. I couldn't. I've turned down a lot of different opportunities for that reason, where it's something that I'm just not a fan of, and they want to do something sponsored, and I just have to be honest. I'm like, listen, your product just doesn't resonate with me or my community. We're not a big fan of it. I'm gonna pass on this one. Like I do that weekly. The other thing I won't do is I usually won't even take sponsorships that's something too far off of what we do. Like Marvel Rivals is a good example. Quite famously, everybody knows Marvel Rivals will pay you money to stream their game. I don't want to play Marvel Rivals. You guys don't want to watch Marvel Rivals. Sure, it would be bank, to be honest. I could just play Marvel Rivals once a week and then do nothing else ever. But none of us enjoy that, you know? I don't know. I still like to stick to stuff I enjoy doing. Why'd you turn down the AI bots? That's the other one. I get a lot of AI chatbot one. That's a big one. Chatbots, AI chatbots, AI services of any sort. You get 50 of them a day. And I just think they're garbage, and they're paying good money. Crypto's another one. Crypto pays great money, but as somebody with a decent level of like investment knowledge, I can't in good faith encourage you guys to invest in crypto. It's a risk. If you want to take that risk, you know, educate yourself and make that decision. But like, I'm not going to try and sway people to buy something I don't believe in to begin with, you know? Sparx, I'd like your opinion on something farming related. The message was too big to send here, so I sent it in the Farms channel in Discord. Can you take a look at it when you have time? Yes, I will. Absolutely. I'll go get it. I'll go get it later. I have a questionable product to sell. You want to do an ad for it? It depends on questionable. Like I said, I'll do mobile games. I'll do some products, but how questionable? What about investing in Sparx? Don't invest in this. There's nothing to invest in. You won't get a return. Hold on. I got 2 spammers in. Okay, if you're spamming in TikTok right now, I'm gonna mute you for 5 minutes. And oops, I blocked one. It's gone now. Well, I muted one and blocked the other. When you come back for the 5 minutes, I'll answer your question. But if you're clogging up my chat, I can't answer your question, dude. Thanks for the tip on my pedal setup. Helped a lot. Oh, no problem. Happy to help. Lebo, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Crypto is convincing others to buy it so you can sell yours. And like, if you want to do that, like, here's the thing. If you're playing the game and you're invested in crypto because you've accepted that it's a risk, it doesn't have any inherent value. And I know a lot of the crypto guys are gonna be like, it has inherent value. Tell me it then. It doesn't have any inherent value. You're just speculating on something with no value. Go for it. It's gambling. It's fancy gambling, and that's fine. You're an adult. You can gamble your money if you want to. You're making a bet against other people when you invest in crypto, and you're trying to take their money, and they're trying to do the same thing to you. So take their money. Why not? But I'm not going to encourage people who don't understand what crypto is to invest in crypto. And invest is the wrong term. To trade crypto. You are not investing in crypto. You are trading crypto. Because it has no inherent value, you are not investing in crypto. You are trading crypto. You are speculating on crypto. If you hear somebody use the word investing in crypto, they either don't understand it or they do understand it and they are trying to trick you into buying it. If you hear the word investing for crypto, it's wrong. Ace, thank you for the follow on Twitch, by the way. And Callus, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 13 months. Welcome in. Subby sub, Callus, thank you so much. How are you doing today? I'm doing good, Levo. Thanks so much. Can you quickly explain precision farming to me? I really don't understand it. No, it's a little more complicated than being able to quickly explain it. But basically, soil can now be 4 different types of soil, and they need to be treated differently. So the first thing you have to do is identify those types of soil, and then you need to treat that soil based on the optimal way to do it. So you get tools to identify the soil types, and then the way that the machines work changes so that they can properly, basically, fertilize and apply lime and manage yield and stuff like that based on the soil types. So a little more complicated. I invested in Blue Sparx. He told me that was a good investment. That's a lie. YouTube's died. That's a lie. That's crazy. It's hot here. I don't understand NFTs. NFTs are also just a speculative thing. So basically as basically as I could say it, NFTs are basically a certified digital asset. It cannot be technically reproduced, even though you could. It cannot be reproduced in a verifiable way. And people buy them the same way they buy fine art, for example, because the idea is that somebody made it. It's a one of one. It's the only one that exists. It's validated that way, I believe, through the blockchain, which is how crypto works. And it basically can't be copied. The problem is it also has no inherent value. A piece of art it's a one of one. The artist's work may be valuable to some people, and having this unique piece of work from an artist may have some value to a collector, and then you have that painting in your house. You could sell it later. And people can make fakes of it, people can make copies, but you've got the real one from that artist. The problem is there's less inherent value in an NFT. Sure, you technically have a one of one, but there's no functional difference between the actual one of one and a copy. With a painting, there is. It actually came from that artist, and it's a physical thing that you own. It can be reproduced, but chances are the reproduction is not as good as the original. NFTs aren't like that. If you buy a picture of a monkey, somebody could just screenshot it, and they have it. Now, the NFT people will be like, well, it's not actually it. That's true, but nobody cares. That's the problem. At the end of the day, it's a picture of a monkey. You wouldn't be able to then put it into a movie because you own the asset. It is something that you actually own, and you could sue somebody if they tried to put your monkey character into a movie, but nobody's doing that. Nobody wants your monkey character to put it in a movie or a game or create something else out of it. They're just going to make their own characters or buy their own, you know? So you're never going to be able to sell it in any way other than speculatively. And that is basically when the only reason it has value is because somebody else thinks it has value. It has no inherent functional value, but because somebody thinks it does, they'll pay money for it. And that's it. That's a bad sign. You should not pay for stuff where the only value is somebody thinks it has value. That's a really, really bad sign. That is not investing. That's gambling on the stock market, basically. I invested in crypto in 2008. Now I'm 45 and retired. Absolutely. But you should be the first person to recognize that all you did was you sold it to somebody who thinks it's going to continue to rise. You didn't use your crypto for anything. Maybe you did. Maybe you were one of those people who bought a pizza with crypto, or, you know, took money out of one of those crypto ATMs or something like that. But you made money on speculation, which I'm not against. That is two adults gambling with each other. I'm totally cool with that. Good job. Well done. You did something. I'm not against that. I am against people not knowing that that's what's happening, and that's the important part. NFT's worst enemy is the screenshot. Yeah, I do understand where NFT guys are coming from. I do understand how it works, how it is genuinely a unique digital asset. But when you can't explain to me the actual functional societal role that the thing you are investing in has, I'm out. I'm out immediately. If you can show me a product, if you've got a company and you're like, we make this product, we have this amount of customers, it is performing this role, I'm interested. I'm interested in investing. If you can't tell me what that is, what the customers are, how it's going to generate more money and generate more value, big red flag. But again, it's just gambling, which is fine. That is okay to do, as long as you're aware of it. Digital ownership will be integral in an increasingly digital world. Crypto is obvious as are NFTs. See, people say this, but it hasn't happened yet. Now, you are speculating, right? It still doesn't have any inherent value. As of now, it does not have the mass adoption required to have that inherent value. Yet, you are speculating that in an increasingly digital world, it may. And you might be right. Make your bet. You're making your bet. We're making opposite bets. I'm saying I don't think it will, or I haven't yet seen the signs that it will. You have maybe seen the signs in a way that you understand, but you are still speculating at the end of the day, right? That is okay. Just understand what you're doing. And the risk that comes with it. The other thing is you can take risky investments. If you look at crypto and you're like, yeah, this is going to have mass adoption at some point. Just understand the level of risk you're taking and invest at your level of risk that you're comfortable with. Don't sell all of your belongings and put it in crypto today because you think sometime in the next 20 years it maybe will be taken up. But if you're like, I've got $1,000, I kind of think crypto could catch on. I'm gonna buy $1,000 worth of crypto and I could lose that $1,000. Do it. That's fine. But trade at your risk level. And again, judge that risk level based on the inherent value of what you're investing in and understand the difference between investing and speculating. You should start your own cryptocurrency? No, because I would be starting it just hoping people would see value in it. I wouldn't start a cryptocurrency and be like, hey, I'm going to start something because I think it's going to serve a purpose in society. If celebrities or anybody really starting crypto is starting a crypto coin, they're doing it because they think other people will buy it, and that is where the value will come from. Not I'm making a product that will have value. It is I think people are going to think this will have value, and that's where the value comes from. That's not a good sign. Are you still harvesting the same field from 2 hours ago? No. This is a different one. The Hawk Tua girl got in trouble for that. Well, she kind of got scammed. I feel a little bit bad for her because what she did is, yes, she got in trouble for creating a coin and selling it to her audience. I feel a little bit bad because she clearly did not understand what was happening. I think the people who were actually behind that knew that, took advantage of her popularity, made money on it. They got in trouble. She got in trouble. But I think she was a little bit of the victim in that case. Hearing her in interviews, she did not understand what she was doing. And that's scary, right? She's one of those people who got tricked into it without understanding how much risk she was taking on. What's the purpose of cryptocurrency anyways? Well, the idea is that it's kind of like the future of money, right? Where it's harder to counterfeit. It's easy to track. You know, it interacts better with a digital world than conventional money does, is the idea. It's a little more complex than that, but for the average person, that's kind of what you need to understand. The reason I don't think it's going to catch on is because it's not created by a government, but it has to be certified by a government to be able to basically operate at the level it wants to operate at. And I can't imagine any government will take that level of risk compared to the money that they currently are in control of. You know, like imagine, I just can't imagine a government is going to go, oh, we're in control of the US dollar right now. Let's switch to something else that who knows who's in control of it, right? Like I just can't see that happening. Not that it won't, but I don't see it, so I won't invest in it. But some people do, or claim they do, and that's fine. we have cards for that. That's a really good response. We have, you know, our current money is operating in a digital world. It's doing it right now. It doesn't have all of the same benefits, but it's clearly working for most people. Will it continue to work? I don't know. It's working now, but you know, I don't think it's an insane bet. I'm not saying that crypto is a totally insane thing. I think it's okay to invest in stuff like this, especially this early, because people would have said the same thing about the internet. They did say the same thing about the internet, and they were like, you know, we're doing just fine without the internet right now. Why would the internet take off? It's a toy. It's a gimmick. People aren't going to continue to use it. And obviously those people were wrong. Obviously, you know, if you would have invested in Microsoft when it was in Bill Gates' garage, you would be making a lot of money right now. And you would have seemed as crazy as crypto people might be now. Might be. But, or you may end up looking like somebody who invested a lot of money in NFTs. And again, NFTs might go the same direction as crypto, but whatever NFTs were already sold were not the ones that are making money. Monkey pictures are not, if NFTs catch on in a significant way, you're not selling your monkey pictures for thousands and thousands of dollars. Even if NFTs catch on as a concept, those are done. You lost money on those. NFTs as a function might end up working, but it wasn't monkey pictures, and that's, you just lost that money, which is a risk that you take. I mean, a lot of the people who are really in on that were already rich, were already millionaires, and, you know, invested in something they either thought they could make a quick buck on or genuinely believed in, maybe too. So for the most part, I think they were probably fine. It's the everyday people who got told that, oh, it's a get rich quick scheme. You're gonna get rich if you buy this, and then they didn't. Those are the people that I feel kind of bad for, you know? I gotta be fully honest, you lost me from the beginning. Is that a bad thing to not understand this? No, it is not bad to not understand this. Crypto is very complex, but do not invest in anything you do not understand. And it doesn't matter what it is. If you don't understand Coca-Cola's business model, do not invest in Coca-Cola. This is investing 101. This is Warren Buffett investing 101. Do not invest in something you do not understand fully. If you are using a product and you understand the product from a consumer level and you understand the business side of that company, that's probably a good sign that maybe you should invest in that thing. Steering wheels, Thrustmaster. I don't think Thrustmaster is publicly traded, but I so fully understand how these steering wheels work, how that company works, and how it interacts with the gaming space in general. That would be a good thing for me to invest in, because I know probably more than the average person does for steering wheels and for Thrustmaster as a whole. And so, like, that's kind of the level of understanding you want to have if you're going to spend your money on something. This is not financial advice. Well, I can give you financial advice unless it's telling you to buy something or trade something. So, like, you always hear that as the internet. This is not financial advice. This is not investing advice. This is financial advice, but it is not investing advice, even though it is. But you're good as long as you're not telling people what to buy or when to sell or when to buy it and stuff like that. That's when you can get yourself into some trouble. And if you're just giving people general advice like this, that's totally fine. If I invest in Coca-Cola, where does that money go to? The company? No. So there's actually, that's a really good question. So there's two ways that you can buy a stock. You can either buy it at its IPO, which is its initial public offering. That basically means the company says, hey, we're trying to raise up some money for some project or for some expansion or something like that. We're going to sell shares in our company, stock. At that IPO, if you buy stocks, that money goes to the company. Anytime after that, that money goes to who owns it. So if I own Coca-Cola stock and I put it and I say I want to sell this Coca-Cola stock, at the same time that you say I want to buy this Coca-Cola stock, I sell it, you buy it. Brokers handle this, like banks and brokers handle that transaction. But basically, you bought the stock from me. You don't have to know me. This is a totally anonymous process for the most part. Chances are you won't know that you bought it from me, and I won't know that you bought it from me. But That's called what would that be called? Basically like a third-party market, basically. The company no longer makes any money from that. Now, companies can get some benefit for a lot of people wanting to buy their stock and their stock price going up. But generally, it doesn't actually have that big of an impact on their business. It may make investors more willing to invest. It may make future partnerships with other companies more likely to happen. If you want to partner with a company whose stock price is soaring through the roof, you're like, oh, they must be doing really well. But generally, that second-hand market of stocks doesn't really do anything for the company. Warren Buffett lives in my neighborhood, has a $200,000 house, and eats McDonald's every morning. That's what I would do if I was a billionaire. So if I'm planning to buy 10,000 Coke bottles, I should buy some shares of the Coca-Cola company. 10,000 Coke bottles? Drop in the bucket. Your average grocery store is buying more than you. That won't happen. That won't do anything. But if Coca-Cola releases a new product and you're like, wow, that product, like if you saw Coke Zero come out and you're like, wow, Coke Zero is revolutionary. This is a diet product that is incredible. Doesn't taste like a diet product. This is going to catch on. Then you could buy shares of Coca-Cola. If you're like, wow, they're changing the game, I'm going to buy some shares of Coca-Cola. You would have actually made money over the last few years because Coke Zero is driving the Coke brand and the stock price right now. That is actually happening. It is driving their profits and their stock price at the moment. So it kind of goes to show, like, if you see a product that you really believe in, you could invest in that company. But again, that's the Warren Buffett style of investing, is investing in products you believe in, companies you believe in, not buying it because you think the number will go up. If you think the number will go up, you better have a darn good reason. Now, some people do just trade. That's called trading, not investing. Trading is when you buy stock because you think the number is going to go up by the end of the week, by the end of the day. Some people even trade because they think the price is going to go up in an hour, and they make money like that. And that's totally fine. But it's a different approach. They're going based on the short-term stuff, the numbers, the news, whereas investing is usually done well, believing in the product and wanting to be a part of that. And then some of that, like when you own a certain amount of a company, sometimes you can actually get involved with the running of the company as well. So if you buy like a lot of stocks from a company, you may be able to go to their shareholder meetings. And in some cases, you may actually be able to vote in their shareholder meetings. So sometimes a new company will be ready to elect a new CEO, and they'll have a lot of voting shares out there where general investors can help pick the new CEO based on who they think will lead it the best. So if you're like, let's say you've got 10% of Coca-Cola stock, you've got a lot to lose if the CEO is no good. And so you may have the opportunity to vote on big decisions, on a new CEO, on stuff like that. That one, I'm not really sure how that one works as much. I know there's voting shares and non-voting shares, and I'm not really sure how those work as well. I never really got into that side of it, just because I wasn't trading millions and millions of dollars worth of stock, and so that was not ever anything important to me. But there is something like that out there. You have stock at Big Milk? No. I'll buy stock from Twitch so you can steal all your money. That would be Amazon. And then, yeah, some stock when you own it pays something called dividends. And that's basically like the better the company does, the more money you get paid. If the stock pays dividends. Not all stocks pay dividends, but some do. So one that I owned for the longest time was Caterpillar. I've sold my Caterpillar stock since then, but I owned Caterpillar for a long time because they paid really good dividends. And the better Caterpillar did, the more money I would make. I didn't have to do anything. And it wasn't as much money as like selling the stock, but you just got a little bit of money for owning Caterpillar shares. It was good. How many shares of the raw onion company do you have? None. I I mostly do, so I don't think I own any individual shares right now. I think all of my investing right now is done through mutual funds, which is basically, okay, this is going to be very confusing. Imagine if you wanted to invest in money. Invest in money. Imagine if you wanted to invest some money, but you didn't know anything about trading, but you knew that I was a good investor. And let's say I was a professional investor. I could show you I made good amounts of money. I could make something called a mutual fund, which is I decide what stocks are in the fund, and then I sell you shares in that fund. And what you could do at that point is you could get, I don't know if you could get dividends out of a mutual fund or what, but basically what I would do is I'm going to manage the mutual fund. You're going to invest in the mutual fund. I'll manage the individual stocks, and you will just get basically an average price of all of the stocks that I'm managing. And then you could sell or trade or sell or buy more or less stocks of the mutual fund. It's basically like offloading the investment work to a professional. And then the way I make money in that is I take a cut. So let's say our mutual fund that you and me invested in, let's say it makes 20% this year. I may take 4% of that, and you get a 16% increase. You still made money. I've made money for my work, and everybody's happy. Half of my portfolio is dividend based. No, it's totally fair. That's a little more cushy, a little more safe to do it that way. You're not relying on the rise and fall of prices as much as, somebody who's trading in the short term. Very good way to do it. Mutual funds are also a pretty safe way to invest because you're letting professional money managers handle it. You make less than if you were doing it yourself, but you know that it's not all going to go south, and they'll be able to manage it. You know that if one of their stocks drops off the face of the earth, they'll be able to react to it faster than you will and protect your income. It's also diversified, so it's not one company, it's a bunch of companies. So if one company does well and the other does badly, the price of the fund moves a little bit, but not as much as if, the company you're invested in went under and all your money disappears. I'm broke, invested in my kids. Well, that's okay too. Hopefully they'll pay back dividends. Nikita, thank you for the share on TikTok. Sparx, I just started ATS. What should I need to know? Nothing. ATS is a pretty straightforward game. I don't think you need to know anything, honestly. Yeah, this is a hardcore playthrough. Sykes, thank you for the follow, and Macalock, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. I watched your Austin race to 1 million. It was funny. I loved it. Thanks for watching it, dude. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that playthrough. That was awesome. So, like, if John Deere's releasing a new tractor that I think will be insane, would it be smart to invest? A new individual tractor, maybe in the short term. It would be more like if John Deere released the very first fully autonomous drone tractor, and you thought farmers were going to pick that up and that was going to be the future of farming and John Deere was going to revolutionize farming. Yes, that would be the kind of time when you may be comfortable investing. And if you genuinely believed it, if you're like, yeah, I really think this is going to work, you can invest in that and basically bet that the company will make a lot of money off of that. They're kind of, investments are bets in a way. You're betting that they're going to be successful. But yeah, that's the perfect example. Now, if you are I don't know, if you're a grocery store worker in the middle of New York, you do have to accept that you probably don't know as well as a farmer, right? If you're a farmer and you're seeing John Deere up close in person, you're using them every day, you're working with the company, you're seeing what they're doing and the effects it has on your business, you're going to have a much better idea of how good of a bet that is, how good of an investment is. So the best things that you could probably invest in are things that you use and understand yourself at the end of the day. Otherwise, you take in a lot of speculation. It's a lot of guessing. What good investors will do too is they'll get in touch with people like that. And again, this is a very Warren Buffett approach. If I was interested in John Deere, we'll use your example. I would go talk to a few farmers. If I was like, I got $10 million, I want to invest in John Deere, maybe. I'm going to go talk to a bunch of farmers about John Deere before I start investing money. I want to know exactly what's wrong with that company, what's working, what they like, what they don't like. And then I'm going to go digging through all these company meetings and quarterly updates, and I'm going to see how they're responding to those things. Whether I think they're doing a good job addressing those concerns, or if they're further invested in the things that farmers say are working. Build a full picture for how I think the direction of the company is moving, and then invest if I think that it's going to be positive. But there's always the risk. You could always lose that money at the end of the day. I think Sparx TV is the future of streaming. Where do I buy stock? You're probably wrong. Does anyone know if John Deere has a line for random people's ideas completely unrelated? Probably. They probably do, yeah. Investing in Sparx is a risky investment? I agree. Now, the best part about stocks is you can only lose what you put in as long as you trade without leverage. So if you just trade with the money that you have, worst case scenario, you could lose all of it. Which sounds bad, but if you're only putting in what you can afford to lose, that's good. Where people get in trouble is trading on something called leverage, or investing on something called leverage. And that is basically, you go to the broker or you go to the bank and say, hey, I've got a bet that John Deere is going to do really well. Can I have $1 million? I'm going to invest your $1 million, and then when I sell it, I will pay back that loan, and I'll keep all the extra. Sometimes there's a bit of a fee for trading on leverage, so be like, hey, I'll make you 2%, I'll keep the rest, and yeah, that's where people get into trouble, because you can lose more than you put in. Because you could lose. Let's say you take out $1 million loan, and John Deere goes out of business. Now you've got a $1 million loan in a company that is worth nothing. You still have to pay that back. That is a loan. You do not have a choice. And they're usually not very nice loans either. They're not very competitive loans. And then you're stuck with a lot of debt. Don't do that. Don't, again, unless you really understand what you're doing, don't do that. That is for, you know, investing with leverage, trading with leverage is for professionals. They'll let you do it. That's the thing. They'll let the everyday person take out these kind of loans, trade on this leverage, because they'll make money either way. It'll either go to collections, or you'll have to pay it back somehow. They'll make their money. The system is in their favor. They will make their money back. Don't do this unless you're an actual professional, honestly. Got this crazy idea of a fully autonomous drone tractor that everyone will love. I'm so good at coming up with new ideas. Well, what you could do in that case is you could buy. Now, this is what insider trading is. And this is where it starts to get kind of illegal. It's technically illegal to trade on information that's not public. So let's say you're a scientist for John Deere, and you've made a fully autonomous tractor that is incredible. It works perfectly. And you buy John Deere stock, and then you announce that you have this, they might come after you for insider trading, because technically you're only supposed to trade off of public information or something like within 24 hours. That's when you'd have to be careful with it. John Deere goes out of business. I mean, I don't think they will, but they're not a perfect company, that's for sure. There are companies in the logging end of things that have come up with programs that allow you to remotely drive the machines in logging. That's pretty good. I mean, let's say you're working in logging and you see this happening and you're like, wow, this is having a really positive impact on the productivity of the company that you're working for. Yeah, that may be a good indicator that, oh, I could buy some of this, you know? It happens all the time, dude. It happens all the time. Quite famously, who is it? Is it Nancy Pelosi? I don't really know American politicians that well, but American politicians get a lot of trouble for this. Congress people get in a lot of trouble for this. Well, they don't actually get in trouble. They get a lot of bad PR for this because they tend to kind of borderline insider trade, or even just full-on insider trade. But because they're Congress, they're the ones making the rules, so they get to do it. Now, what you can do is you can copy their trades because their trades are public. What you could do is you could copy their trades. I think it is Nancy Pelosi. People will copy her trades because the performance is so good. It's clearly insider trading to some degree, but the performance is so good that people will just copy her trades and make money, make money that way, which I think is so funny. Why does that feel wrong? Did Nancy Pelosi? I'm so sorry. I do not know American politicians very well. There is some American congresswoman who is very, very good at this, probably insider trading, but you could copy her trades and do it. Keaton emojis, Reese, thanks for the follows on TikTok. And thank you, Reese. I appreciate that. I saw you say that earlier and I had commented on it, but thank you for watching that. I really like that as well. This guy knows bull trust. I'm a day trader and this is all in line so far. Don't take my advice as like, I'm not a professional day trader. I started with Forex. I did a little bit of trading. And then I kind of settled into investing at a household level. I am not a professional. I have made less than $10,000 trading and investing. And so like, I'm not the person that you should be taking advice from, but hopefully this gives you a better idea. Like if you know nothing about trading and investing, hopefully this gives you a little bit better of a grasp, but always fact check anything you hear on the internet, any financial advice you hear on the internet, fact check it to hell. It's just like fitness advice. Fitness advice on the internet is junk because it's just all conjecture. Fact check it like crazy. The other thing, the last piece of advice I have to give you is don't take any investing advice at face value. If that person cannot show you beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are making money with their advice, they're probably trying to sell you something. There's a lot of investing advice on there, out on the internet, but they are not able to produce their portfolio. A good trader would love to show you their portfolio. They love nothing more. It's bragging, right? It would kind of be like if you had a Ferrari in your garage and you went out and you told people, I have a Ferrari in my garage. Here's everything you need to know to own a Ferrari. And then they went, can I see your Ferrari? If you had a Ferrari, you would be like, hell yes, come see my Ferrari. If they didn't have a Ferrari, they'd probably be like, well, my Ferrari's kind of confidential. It's a secret Ferrari. Think of trading advice like that. If they cannot show you a portfolio, if they cannot show you their Ferrari, and I don't mean their Ferrari, I do mean their portfolio. They may have a Ferrari from other reasons. If they cannot show you their portfolio, just assume they're full of shit, because that's any good trader will show you their portfolio. Any good trader will. They love doing that. It's their favorite thing to do. Would it be kind of wise to invest in the same companies as their Norwegian oil fund? Maybe. I don't know about the performance of the Norwegian oil fund, but I do know that this is something Canada is working on as well, is having basically a crown investing fund. I would look at its performance, see how it's done over the last few years. I mean, if they've seen returns every year for the past 10 years, it may be a good investment. It's all about, I mean, the proof is in the pudding at the end of the day. If they're doing a good job and they can prove it, that's the most important piece of information. Yeah, Canada's doing something like this, so we'll have to see how they do. There's definitely some criticism of it, as there should be, but it is the first time that in recent history that Canada is doing something like that, so we'll have to see how they do. Did you know it's actual public info how much it is and how much it has made? Yeah, well, it should be. It better be. If it's a crown fund, it better be. Otherwise, it's not. Yeah, it should be public info. You should be able to look that up and guess that. Jackson, thanks for the follow on TikTok. I appreciate that. Tomorrow's your birthday. You better come back tomorrow. I'll give you a happy birthday. Should I get the T248R off Marketplace? Off Marketplace? How much? Yeah, that could be a rocket deal, especially since the T248R just came out. It probably hasn't been used that much. How much is it? By the way, Miatas, thank you for the awesome and the s'mores on TikTok, and the hearts, and Emma, thank you for the hearts on TikTok as well. I appreciate that. No, I cannot add you. I don't add people, but sometimes we do multiplayer games, so keep an ear out. It's a live counter in Norwegian and English. That's the bare minimum. I would hope so. Yeah. That was good, Bandon. Enjoy. Eric, thank you for that hydrate. What time is it? Oh, it's 5. Can we finish this field? Amy's not even home yet. I don't really have to go anywhere until Amy gets home. Let me see. Actually, I do have to eat before the gym. I messed up my back so bad, so I haven't gone to the gym in a couple of days. Oh, it's 5:10. Holy. Okay. We'll see. How much longer do you think it'll take to do this field? Maybe we'll finish this tomorrow. I can find the link if anyone wants to. You can probably just Google it. Yeah. Yes, they very famously have a lot of oil wealth. That's for sure. What's the DLC? The Sky Pack. I can't recommend it. I'll do a video on it. Don't buy it for now. Let me do that video and then decide if you want it. The DLC is a little, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it so far, but let me do that video and you can judge. You can judge for yourself. I live in Canada. Regular, it's about 410, but on Marketplace it's 290. I could ask him for. I'm gonna be honest with you. A T248R for 290 is a decent deal. Does it come with some? Why would it? It shouldn't be. Oh no, you're right. For Canada, it should be about 410 because it's 350 US. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good deal. If it's in good shape, Jackson, it's in. Yeah, still has the box and all the stuff. Offer 250. Offer 250 and then just take whatever counter offer comes up is my guess. Because 290 is good. If you don't want to do that, just take 290. Offer 250. And if they say, nope, it's a hard 290, take it. At 290 is still a good price for that. But I would go for the offer 250 and just see if you can get a little more off. Okay. Sparx question. What's your question, Motorhead? All right, I think we're going to do this tomorrow. We'll finish this off tomorrow. If we want to play some farm sim or if we want to play something else, we'll decide. But that is a lot of poppies. We have harvested a ton of poppies so far. I just want to see how much we have in storage right now. 84,000 liters. So this is going to come in. Oh, I mean, if we sell in February, this could come in probably 350 to 400,000 for this field just on poppies. That's wicked. And then we still have another field. Dude, we're going to be making like 800K in poppies this year. That's awesome. Can I fully do logging with one joystick? Fully. You can do it. Like, it'll be possible. I don't know if it'll be as good. It'll be possible to do. I would say try it. If you've got one joystick, try doing some logging. It's not going to be as good as dual joysticks, but you might be able to pull it off. I know people do make it make it relatively productive with one stick. If I have a G923 I want to get rid of, is it just for the garbage or can I sell it? You could sell it. If it's in good shape, you could sell it. The secondhand market for steering wheels is very good. You could sell it probably for 70% of what you bought it for, depending on how old it is. Worst case scenario, you'll easily make $100 on it. $100 you got for something else. Almost unused. I'd sell it for $50 lower than what it's listed for, and you'll probably sell it. You'll probably sell it.